The compact council chamber was 4 kilometers in diameter, and humanity stood at the bottom of it like a footnote at the bottom of a page nobody was reading. Ambassador Chen Wei had been briefed on the scale. He had seen the architectural renderings. He had reviewed the atmospheric transition protocols and the gravity calibration guides, and the 12-page etiquette document that described, among other things, how to acknowledge an Vel'Khari delegate without inadvertently requesting a duel. He had been prepared. He was still not prepared. The chamber rose around him in concentric rings of gallery seating, each tier calibrated to a different atmospheric composition, a different gravitational tolerance, a different electromagnetic baseline. 212 meters above the floor, where the Vel'Khari consensus held their traditional seats, the air shimmered with a refractive quality that made the delegates look painted rather than present. Somewhere in the mid-tiers, the Rathani galleries hummed with the soft rhythmic clicking of mechanical calculation devices that apparently never stopped, not even during formal proceedings. At floor level, anchoring the chamber's base with the particular stillness of something that had never needed to justify its presence, the Vel'Khari Empire's delegation occupied a curved sweep of polished obsidian seating. Their bioluminescent cranial ridges pulsed in slow, steady cycles. Territorial light, the kind that communicated ownership of all available space without bothering to announce it. Chen Wei's delegation stood on a temporary platform 6 meters square. 4 people, Chen, 2 deputy ambassadors, and a career bureaucrat from the Ministry of External Affairs assigned specifically to handle administrative filings. The platform had no chairs. Class 7 members were not yet entitled to permanent gallery installation. The vote proceeded at the measured pace of an institution that had been conducting admission votes for 4,000 years and felt no urgency about it. Procedural statements were read in compact standard. Species-specific translations rippled outward through 312 atmospheric barriers. A Dreth Confederacy delegate filed a procedural objection about the order of the agenda items, which was noted, acknowledged, and set aside in under 90 seconds because Dreth procedural objections were a structural constant of council proceedings and everyone had long since optimized the response time. 278 in favor, 34 against. The Vel'Khari delegation voted no as a block. Their ridges pulsed twice in rapid succession, the equivalent in Vel'Khari physiological vocabulary of a shrug that had decided to be visible. Humanity was admitted to the Galactic Compact as a Class 7 member. Non-voting, probationary, administrative track. The translator rendered the designation in English as provisional member with limited standing, which was accurate and considerably more dignified than the Vel'Khari term, which translated more precisely as apprentice species, pending review. The portfolio assignments came next. They were, in practice, the real admission ceremony, the point at which membership became institutional, where a new species received its mandate, its budget authority, its particular corner of the Compact's administrative machinery. Military affairs went to the Vel'Khari Empire, as it had for 800 years, renewed by the same standing agreement that had renewed it every century since. Trade regulation went to the Rathani Syndicate. Diplomatic mediation went to the Vel'Khari Consensus, which had not initiated a military conflict in 4,000 years, and whose atmospheric composition made shouting a physiological impossibility. Each portfolio carried genuine weight, enforcement jurisdiction, field immunity for officials, rule-making scope, the kind of structural authority that accumulated quietly and held forever. The last item on the list was health, safety, and habitability compliance. The council arbiter read it without inflection. Health, safety, and habitability compliance, the HSHC portfolio, had been created 1,200 years ago after a reactor meltdown aboard a Dreth colony transport in the Molvath system had killed 40,000 people. The Compact's response had been to create a regulatory body, staff it minimally, and resume operations. The Vel'Khari had held the portfolio for 600 of those 1,200 years, with 2 inspectors covering 9,000 registered crewed vessels across 312 species. Their citation rate was 0.004%. They had, in 6 centuries, issued fewer violations than the Occupational Safety Division of a mid-sized port city issued in a slow fiscal quarter. The arbiter offered the portfolio to humanity with the tone of someone handing over a parking permit. Chen Wei accepted it. On behalf of Earth, he said, "We are honored to serve the Compact in any capacity. We take safety very seriously." He said it with the careful, composed face of a man receiving exactly what he came for. In the Vel'Khari gallery, Sublegate Dren leaned toward his aide and spoke quietly through 3 sets of vocal folds. The translator rendered it without editorial comment. They gave the hairless mammals the janitor's closet. Fitting. His ridges pulsed once, briefly, in the Vel'Khari color for amusement. The session closed. The delegations filed out through their respective atmospheric transitions. 312 species went about their business. No one read the administrative filing attached to the HSHC portfolio transfer. Nobody ever did. The filing system processed it, cataloged it, and filed it in a folder that had not been opened in 11 years. 6 months later, in a windowless conference room in a repurposed insurance building on the edge of Geneva, Audrey Voss turned the last page of the Plivery archive and set the tablet down on the table. The room smelled of dry erase marker and reheated coffee. A whiteboard behind Deputy Secretary Martin Okafor held a diagram that had been drawn, partially erased and redrawn at least 3 times. On the table, 2 mugs, a plate of biscuits nobody had touched, and the complete operational record of health, safety, and habitability compliance. 1,200 years of institutional history compressed to a document that loaded in under 4 seconds. Voss had spent 22 years as an OSHA field inspector out of Gary, Indiana, which was not a posting that attracted people who wanted to be comfortable. Gary had grain elevators and petrochemical facilities and light manufacturing operations that had been cutting corners since the Carter administration. It had produced, in Voss, a particular kind of inspector, one who documented reflexively, cited without hesitation, and had a 97.3% citation upheld rate because she had learned early that the moment you gave a corporate lawyer anything ambiguous to work with, they would work with it. She had wire-rimmed glasses and steel gray hair pulled back tight, and a lanyard with 6 laminated credential badges, and she had never once in 22 years issued a citation she could not defend line by line in front of a tribunal. She knew what a functional safety code looked like. She knew what one looked like when it had been written to exist rather than to function. No maximum occupancy limits, no emergency egress width requirements, no radiation exposure ceilings for crew-accessible reactor compartments, no automatic fire suppression mandates, no periodic reinspection schedules, no dosimetric monitoring requirements, no atmospheric composition baselines, no emergency lighting standards. 4 pages of broadly written conditional language that had, in 1,200 years, been invoked 0.004% of the time. The codes were not designed to protect anyone. They were designed to allow the Compact to say it had codes. Okafor watched her set the tablet down. He had learned in 6 months that Voss expressed very little facially. The slight tightening around her eyes when she reached the reactor shielding section was the equivalent, in another person, of an audible reaction. 2 inspectors, she said, for 9,000 vessels. Martin, the Port of Houston has more compliance officers than this entire galaxy. Okafor had worked in federal administration for 24 years and had genuinely believed he had encountered every variation of institutional under-resourcing. He was revising that assessment. The Compact views safety regulation as a ceremonial function, he said, like a fire extinguisher in a museum, technically present, never expected to work. Voss looked at him across the table. Then they won't mind when we replace it with a real one. She held his gaze for 1 second. Then she looked at the whiteboard, specifically at the diagram's lower right corner, where Okafor had boxed a notation in red marker because it had surprised him when he found it. Compact Administrative Code, Title 14, Section 1.3, Sub B. Regulatory Promulgation Authority. Full rulemaking power granted to the HSHC portfolio holder. Exercisable without council ratification. For any standard related to habitability and safety aboard Compact registered vessels. The Plivery had held this authority for 600 years and never used it. They had never adopted a single new standard. No species had ever used it. The provision existed, perfectly intact, in a filing system no one had opened in over a decade. Voss asked one question, "Do we have rulemaking authority?" Okafor confirmed that they did. She picked up a marker and walked to the whiteboard, And that was the last quiet afternoon the Galactic Compact would have for quite some time. The Terran Bureau of Interstellar Habitability Compliance occupied 3 floors of a building that had previously housed a mid-tier insurance conglomerate's regional office. The carpets were beige. The windows faced a parking structure. The ventilation system was adequate. Voss did not comment on it. She did not work there in any jurisdictional sense, and filing a citation against your own bureau's landlord in the first month of operations was the kind of thing that became a story people told for the wrong reasons.
Okay for recruited from institutions that understood what enforcement actually required. Not authority, but documentation. Not power, but precision. From OSHA's National Enforcement Division, 6 senior inspectors whose combined field experience exceeded 100 years, and who had spent those careers learning that any citation that could be challenged would be challenged, and that the only answer to a challenge was a record so complete it had no surface for doubt to grip. From the EU Health and Safety Executive, 4 technical writers who had devoted their careers to drafting regulatory language that survived contact with corporate legal departments without losing its meaning. From Singapore's Ministry of Manpower, 2 engineers who had certified the safety of offshore platforms in the South China Sea and understood that the ocean did not accept appeals. From Australia's Safe Work Authority, 3 field inspectors who had done their work in environments where the ambient danger was not theoretical.
They worked in the beige rooms. They worked from a principle Voss had articulated on the first morning and did not repeat, because she considered it self-evident. Every standard would be calibrated to the most restrictive biological threshold represented in the Compact's membership, not the Vel'Khari threshold, which had been set for a species that evolved on a high-radiation world and could absorb in a single shift what would give a human inspector a lethal cumulative dose over 6 months. Not the Retrofit threshold, or the Ulvari threshold, the most restrictive, which meant for radiation exposure limits, for emergency egress clearance dimensions, for fire suppression compound tolerances, for atmospheric composition requirements, human. The standard was human because the most radiation-sensitive species in the Compact was human, because the species most likely to require egress through a corridor at maximum occupancy was human, because there was nothing in Compact Administrative Code, Title 14, Section 1.3, Sub B that required the rulemaking authority to consider the host species biology before adopting a standard. The authority was clean. The principle was legally defensible. The mathematics, in every individual instance, was correct. Outside, the parking structure received its normal traffic. Inside, 14,000 pages took shape on whiteboards and in documents, and in the particular focused silence of people who understood they were building something that would outlast them. They cited everything. Every measurement came from an existing Terran regulatory framework with decades of court-tested precedent behind it. OSHA 29 CFR 1910 for workplace safety baselines. EU Directive 89/654 for minimum workplace requirements. Singapore's Workplace Safety and Health Act for high-hazard environment protocols. They were not inventing standards. They were translating standards that already existed, that had already been defended in administrative tribunals and appeals courts and congressional hearings, into a jurisdiction that had never had them, and that had, by its own admission, no mechanism for objecting to their adoption. 1 month, then 2. The whiteboard diagrams multiplied and cross-referenced and grew. Code sections linked to each other in expanding networks of legal consequence. Section 14.9.7 sub C on minimum egress width, linked to Section 14.9.4 sub C on daily penalty accrual for uncorrected violations, which linked to Section 14.9.3 sub D on automated insurance notification for all severity 2 and above citations, which linked to the Interstellar Maritime Liability Framework's Article 7, which was a document the Retrofit had written and the Compact had adopted, and which had, until now, interacted with HSHC enforcement precisely 0 times, because HSHC enforcement had never happened. The connections were not accidental. Nothing in the 14,000 pages was accidental. Each provision had been reviewed, argued over, revised, and approved by people who had spent their careers watching what happened when regulations had gaps in them. The gaps were not there. Voss had made sure of it the same way she had made every citation in Gary, Indiana bulletproof. She had assumed opposition from the start and built accordingly. On a Thursday afternoon in late autumn, with a low gray sky pressing against the parking structure windows and the ventilation system cycling through its afternoon routine, Okafor filed the completed standards package through the Compact Administrative Processing System. The system was automated. It did not require human review on the receiving end. It processed regulatory filings by portfolio and logged them in the HSHC archive without flagging them for council attention, because the council had never been interested in HSHC regulatory filings, and the system had been configured accordingly to not bother them. The processing receipt appeared at 4:57 in the afternoon. A timestamp, a reference number, a confirmation, new standards adopted into compact law under Title 14, Section 9, effective immediately upon filing. The beige carpet absorbed the moment without ceremony. Voss looked at the receipt on her screen for 3 seconds. Then she closed the document. She picked up her coffee. On her desk, a measuring beam, calibrated to the new Section 14.9 standards. A radiation dosimeter set to the new human baseline limits. A tablet preloaded with 14,000 pages of legally binding compact law, which had been adopted without a single council vote, which applied to every crewed vessel registered in the compact, which no species other than humanity had read. 9,000 registered crewed vessels, hundreds of military installations, fleets that had operated for centuries without a single citation from the body responsible for siting them. The Vel'Khari 3rd Combined Fleet alone comprised 340 warships anchored by a flagship 16.4 kilometers bow to stern, crewed by 184,000 personnel, which had last been cited for a safety violation in the year never. Voss had a flight to the Keth system in 9 days. She had 22 years of field experience and a 97.3% citation upheld rate. She had never once inspected a facility and found nothing. Not a grain elevator in Gary, not a petrochemical platform with 12 lawyers on retainer and an OSHA liaison on staff. Not once. The filing receipt sat in the TBIHC archive. The Compact's administrative system had processed it, logged it, and moved on. 312 species went about their business. In the Vel'Khari galleries on Valaxis Station, Sublegate Dren was attending a dinner for the Military Affairs Portfolio Renewal Ceremony. Nobody at that dinner knew that 14,000 pages of new law had just come into force. Nobody in any room, in any system, across 312 species and 9,000 registered vessels and the 800-year-old military apparatus of the most powerful empire in the Compact, had noticed. The clock had started. The timer was running. And somewhere in the Keth system, the most powerful warship in the galaxy had no fire suppression, a reactor shielded to 14 times over the new legal limit, and corridors running at triple the maximum safe occupancy density under Section 14.9.7 sub-C. The citation forms were already loaded on Voss's tablet. She turned off her desk lamp and went home to pack. Chapter 2. Boarding party of 1. The shuttle was 18 meters long, unarmed, and stenciled on both flanks with the words TBIHC, Official Inspection Vessel in Compact Standard and English. It had been a diplomatic courier before TBIHC requisitioned it, repainted it, and filed the appropriate registration amendments with the Compact's Transport Authority. The registration amendments were on file. The insurance was current. The atmospheric seals had been recertified 11 days prior. Audrey Voss had checked. She was reviewing the Keth system approach corridor when the radiation alarm activated. The dosimeter mounted above the co-pilot console was a standard TBIHC issue unit, calibrated to the new Section 14.9.12 sub-A limits. It registered the ambient reading and compared it against the legal maximum for unshielded approach corridors. Then it registered the discrepancy. Then it began emitting the sound it emitted when the discrepancy was significant. Voss reached over and silenced it without looking up from her tablet. The reading was logged. Ambient radiation at 200 kilometers from the axiom of Dominion exceeded the permissible exposure limit for unshielded approach corridors under Section 14.9.12 sub-A by a factor of 11.3. She noted the timestamp, the distance, the reading, and the code section. She added a notation. Recommend immediate exclusion zone reclassification pending inspection of reactor shielding. She saved the entry. The entry became part of the official record. Somewhere in the Compact's administrative systems, the clock for that observation was now running. Outside the forward viewport, the Vel'Khari Third Combined Fleet filled the visible sky. 340 warships arranged in a formation that communicated, through sheer geometry, the total absence of any anxiety about being found. The fleet didn't arrange itself defensively. It arranged itself the way a wall arranges itself, not anticipating attack, simply being present and massive in a way that made the category of attack feel theoretical. At the center of the formation, the axiom of dominion sat with the stillness of something that had never been asked to justify its existence. 16.4 kilometers bow to stern, 3.2 kilometers at maximum beam. Its reactor signature alone was sufficient to trigger the radiation alarm at 200 kilometers out, which Voss had now logged, which meant the axiom's approach corridor was already non-compliant before she had filed a single citation. The fleet's tactical AI assigned the shuttle a docking clearance inside 40 seconds. Bay 7 Gamma. Freight intake. The kind of berth used for provisioning shipments and equipment transfers. Not a diplomatic berth. Not a VIP arrival bay. The bay where you put deliveries. Voss copied the bay assignment into her notes. She logged the timestamp. She did not change expression. By the time the shuttle cleared the Axiom's outer hull and began threading the approach corridor toward Bay 7 Gamma, she had logged 3 additional observations. The approach lighting along the exterior docking arm was non-functional at 2 points, reducing corridor visibility below the minimum threshold specified in Section 14.9.13 sub B. The pressure seal indicator on Bay 7 Gamma's outer door was displaying a maintenance flag that, cross-referenced against the Compact's standard service interval database, indicated the seal had not been recertified in 14 months. The regulation maximum service interval was 12 months. And the bay's interior, visible through the approach viewport as the shuttle slowed to docking speed, contained no emergency lighting infrastructure of any kind. No fixtures, no conduit, no mounting hardware, no indication that the concept had ever been considered. She logged all 3. The shuttle docked, the pressure equalized. Voss picked up her tablet, her measuring beam, and her dosimeter, and she stepped out into the axiom of dominion. The bay was large enough to park a mid-sized cargo freighter and have room left over. The ceiling was somewhere above the reach of the overhead lighting, which meant the upper third of the space existed in a functional dimness that would have failed a building inspection in any jurisdiction Voss had ever worked. The floor was scarred tritonite plating, load-bearing and solid. The air smelled of ozone and hydraulic fluid and recycled atmosphere that had been cycled through enough systems that it had stopped smelling like anything specific and started smelling like recycling itself. Voss noted the ceiling height, noted the lighting deficiency, noted the absence of any posted evacuation route, added these to the bay's preliminary assessment file, which was already 3 entries long from the approach corridor. Protocol Officer 2nd Tier Vel'Khari was waiting near the inner access door, with the expression of a being who had been assigned to handle something his superiors did not consider worth their time. He was Vel'Khari, which meant he was large and quadrupedal and bioluminescent in the cranial ridge region, and he had the particular stillness of a species that had evolved to communicate threat through light rather than volume. His ridges were a steady, polite amber, the Vel'Khari color for professional tolerance of an inconvenience. He was 2.2 meters at the shoulder, which meant Voss came approximately to his mid-torso. He offered a formal greeting in Compact Standard. He said the Fleet Admiral extended a welcome to the Terran inspection delegation, which was diplomatic language for the Fleet Admiral had not extended anything but had been informed the shuttle had docked and had assigned someone junior enough to be spared. Voss told him that was appreciated and asked for a site map. "Interesting," she said. "Do you have a site map, or should I start with the lobby?" Vel'Khari said there was no lobby. She said that was fine, Deck 4 would do. The main concourse of Deck 4 was the Axiom's primary transit artery, the corridor that connected the vessel's inhabited sections from bow to midship along the port interior, moving roughly 22,000 crew per shift through a space that the Vel'Khari engineers had built to their own comfort standards, and those standards only. The ceiling ran 3.8 meters overhead, accommodating the Vel'Khari's standing height with clearance to spare. The walls were tritonite composite, load-bearing, dark with the particular gunmetal quality of a material that had been chosen for its ability to absorb kinetic energy rather than its appearance. The overhead conduit lines ran the full length of the visible corridor in both directions, carrying hydraulic fluid and atmospheric piping and power transmission cabling in the dense, pragmatic arrangement of a ship that had been built to function rather than to be inspected. The corridor smelled of ozone and recycled air and the faint metallic undertone that permeated every pressurized space aboard the Axiom. The smell of the ship breathing. It was 4.1 meters wide. At shift change, when adjacent watch rotations were rotating in opposite directions, the corridor operated at approximately 340% of the maximum safe occupancy density under Section 14.9.7 sub-C. Voss did not yet have the shift change data. She had the corridor width, which she measured with the beam in 4 seconds, and she had the occupancy load from the vessel registration documents she had read before leaving Geneva, and she had the formula, and the formula was not complicated. 4.1 meters, she said. That's generous for a hallway and catastrophic for an egress route serving 22,000. Vel'Khari said that Vel'Khari corridors were built for Vel'Khari. He said this reasonably, as though it were an obvious point he was making in service of an obvious conclusion. Voss agreed that Vel'Khari corridors were built for Vel'Khari. She noted that Section 14.9.7 sub-C did not contain species-specific exemptions. She noted the measurement. She issued HSHC TF0001, failure to maintain minimum unobstructed egress width per Section 14.9.7 sub-C, affecting Deck 4 main concourse from Frame 112 to Frame 340, with a remediation deadline of 30 standard days. Vel'Khari's ridges shifted from amber to a color that did not have a clean translation, but that the Vel'Khari used when a situation had become unexpectedly technical. Voss asked about fire suppression. Vel'Khari said this vessel has survived 14 fleet engagements and bombardment by 3 combined species armadas. I assure you it is safe. Voss said she was sure the Titanic's engineer said something similar. Let's start with Deck 4. She asked about the hydraulic conduit running along the ceiling. It was exposed, not contained, not bunded, simply mounted to the overhead structure in standard Vel'Khari naval fashion, which was the fashion of a species whose hull material was non-combustible and whose interior design philosophy had therefore never needed to account for fire as a serious operational concern. 140,000 liters of hydraulic fluid circulated through those lines across the full length of the deck. Voss asked about the flashpoint. The technical documentation she had sourced before departure listed it at 212 degrees. She asked about the atmospheric mix. The Axiom ran at 16.2% oxygen equivalent, well within the combustion range for hydrocarbon-based fluids given a sufficient ignition source. She asked about the welding operations audible from somewhere 2 decks above, and whether those operations were taking place in an area with line of sight to any of the conduit runs. Vel'Khari said there had never been a fire on a Vel'Khari vessel. His ridges were cycling through colors with increasing speed. Voss acknowledged that. She said the absence of fires to date was noted. She said it was also noted that the conditions for one were present, that no automatic suppression system was installed within the required 15 meters of any combustible material exceeding 100 liters, and that Section 14.9.14 sub-A required exactly that. She issued HSHC TF0002, failure to provide fire suppression systems in areas containing combustible materials, affecting all decks containing exposed hydraulic conduit, remediation deadline 30 standard days. She asked to see the reactor compartment. Vel'Khari said he needed to make a call. He stepped away from her. The corridor continued on in both directions, carrying Vel'Khari crew past them in the practiced non-acknowledgement of personnel who had been informed there was an inspector aboard and had collectively decided to treat her as a navigational obstacle rather than a presence. They moved around her the way a river moves around a rock, not avoiding, simply continuing. They were large, quadrupedal, and bioluminescent in the way of a species that wore its internal states on its skull, and not one of them looked at her directly. The hydraulic conduit hissed overhead. Somewhere 2 decks up, the welding continued. Voss made 2 additional notes about the corridor's overhead obstructions, logged the absence of any posted maximum occupancy placard as required under Section 14.9.7 sub F, and returned to her tablet. The preliminary assessment file was 14 entries long. She had been aboard for less than an hour. Velsh's call connected to the command deck. Fleet Admiral Keth Voren received the summary from Protocol Officer 2nd Tier Velsh in approximately 40 seconds, which was roughly how long it took to explain that the Terran inspector had arrived in Bay 7 Gamma, had immediately begun sighting the bay and the approach corridor and the Deck 4 concourse, and was now requesting access to Reactor Compartment 1. Keth Voren's first instinct was the correct military instinct. Remove the inspector. Revoke access. Have Bay 7 Gamma's outer door seal cycled and inform the shuttle it was cleared for departure. The Vel'Khari 3rd Combined Fleet had ended border disputes with less deliberation. It had, in the Dreth Nebula campaign alone, resolved 14 separate territorial challenges through methods that did not involve administrative processing or 30-day remediation windows. His legal advisor spoke before he could issue the order. Admiral, if we remove her, we give Earth grounds for a formal compact grievance. If we let her continue, she issues citations we can challenge through administrative appeal, a process that takes, on average, 11 years. Keth Voren processed this. An appeal process measured in years was not a threat. It was barely a nuisance. Citations buried in 11 years of administrative proceedings were citations that would not affect operations, would not affect the fleet's reputation, would not affect anything that mattered before the appeals were resolved and quietly dismissed. Then let the mammal play with her measuring tape, he said. We will bury the citations in appeals. The legal advisor was quiet for a moment. The quality of the silence was the quality of a person selecting words with precision, because the words mattered and precision was required. There is, the advisor said, one complication, Admiral. The new regulations include a provision the Vel'Khari never adopted. Section 14.9.3, sub D. All citations classified, severity 2 or above, shall trigger automatic notification to the vessel's registered liability insurer within 1 standard business day. The notification is automated. It has already been sent. The corridor ambient sound on Deck 4 was the hydraulic hiss of overhead conduit, the heavy quadrupedal rhythm of passing crew, the distant percussion of welding through 2 decks of tritonite plating. Voss stood in it with her tablet and her measuring beam and her dosimeter, and the preliminary assessment file that now contained 2 issued citations and 11 logged observations, and was growing with the methodical persistence of a document that had all the time in the compact and no particular reason to stop. Reactor access was granted. On Station Kellis 9, in a climate-controlled processing hub where the air was kept at a tolerance of 1/100th of a degree, and the walls were the institutional white of a species that considered aesthetic neutrality a form of professionalism, the Interstellar Indemnity Consortium's automated intake system received a notification flagged Severity 2 under the new HSHC standards. The system logged the source vessel. It logged the citation count. It logged the insured entity. The Vel'Khari Imperial Fleet, policy number VK0001, active for 2,100 years, never previously flagged under HSHC enforcement, because HSHC enforcement had never previously happened. The system began its standard intake processing. A preliminary risk flag was assigned. The flag was the color the IIC's internal system used for elevated review cases. Not critical, not yet, but enough to mark the file for human attention at the next processing cycle. In the ordinary course of operations, a Rathani risk analyst would review the flag within 1 standard business day, note the 2 citations, check the source authority, and decide whether to initiate an elevated risk review under Policy Framework Article 11.2. That review required 3 or more active Severity 2 citations. There were currently 2. In the Axiom's Deck 4 corridor, Voss was already moving toward the elevator bank that would take her 43 decks down to Reactor Compartment 1. She had a dosimeter, a measuring beam, and a tablet. She had logged and transmitted an irrevocable 2 citations with 30-day remediation clocks ticking. She had 11 additional observations in the preliminary assessment file that had not yet been converted to formal citations. She had not yet seen the reactor. Chapter 3. The Minimum Viable Corridor. 72 hours after Audrey Voss stepped off Compliance 1 into Bay 7 Gamma, she had issued 34 citations across 11 decks. She had been given quarters in a converted storage compartment on Deck 7, designated 7 Gamma 14. The compartment was 4 meters by 3 meters and smelled of the industrial sealant that had been used to coat the walls at some point in the last decade and had not entirely finished off-gassing. There was a cot, a fold-down desk, and a PowerPoint for her tablet. The emergency lighting was absent, which she logged. The egress door did not have a posted evacuation route, which she logged. The compartment's atmospheric circulation register was mounted above the door, at a height requiring a step stool to reach, which she logged as an accessibility deficiency under Section 14.9.9 Sub B. Then she set up her workspace and returned to the citations. 34. By the morning of Day 3. Across engineering decks and crew berthing and maintenance corridors and 2 auxiliary command posts. Egress non-compliance in 17 locations. Radiation deficiencies in 8. Emergency lighting absent across 19 separate compartment designations on Decks 7 through 19. Handrail deficiencies on 4,200 elevated walkways counted by the vessel's own structural schematics, which the Axiom's engineering system had provided to her on request, because Section 14.9.2 Sub C required all registered vessels to make design documentation available to inspectors upon demand. The Vel'Khari engineers had complied. They had provided the schematics. The schematics had confirmed 4,200 elevated walkways with 0 handrail installations. She had issued 1 citation for all 4,200. At 0700 on Day 3, Voss walked to Conference Bay 12 Alpha and presented her findings. Fleet Admiral Kethavoran occupied the head of the conference table in the way that beings who have commanded fleets for 30 years occupy rooms, not aggressively, simply completely, as though the space had configured itself around him. He was flanked by Fleet Jurist Advocate Solvan, whose posture communicated the coiled readiness of a legal professional who had prepared for this meeting and was confident in his preparation. Chief Naval Architect Drethka sat to the Admiral's left with the stillness of an engineer who had spent the previous 72 hours reviewing the citation documents and had arrived at conclusions he did not yet fully accept. Comptroller First Tier Mivan completed the row, a smaller Vel'Khari than the others, carrying a data tablet with a precision that suggested he had been running numbers since the citations arrived and had not liked any of the results. The room smelled of the Vel'Khari atmospheric preference, slightly higher nitrogen, lower oxygen than the Axiom's general circulation mix. The air warmed to a temperature that Voss's internal calibration registered as approximately 4 degrees above her comfort threshold. The bioluminescent ridges of the 4 officers ran in slow, controlled patterns. Controlled was the operative word. Kethavoran's ridges were flat amber, the color of authority maintaining itself under pressure. Solvan's cycled amber white. Drethka's were dim and steady. Mivan's were doing something complex in the orange range that did not have a clean translation, but that Voss had catalogued as financial anxiety in her personal reference notes. She connected her tablet to the room's display system, which cooperated after a brief negotiation involving the Compact Standard Interface Protocol that all registered vessels were required to support under Title 22, Section 8. A schematic of the Axiom of Dominion appeared on the primary display. It was covered in red. The ship looked, Voss thought, like it had developed a rash. She began with citation HSHC TF0001, which they had already met on Deck 4. The egress width, 4.1 meters, code minimum 6.8 meters for an occupancy load exceeding 15,000. Deck 4, main concourse served 22,000 crew per shift. The deficiency was 2.7 meters. Remediation required either structural widening, which would involve removing load-bearing hull reinforcement along both sides of the concourse for a run of approximately 228 meters, or occupancy reduction by 68%. She stated this without emphasis, as a matter of recorded measurement, and moved to citation HSHC TF0007. The reactor compartment. Radiation exposure in the monitoring gallery. 14.2 millisieverts per hour average across the 340-meter run, with a peak reading of 22.6 millisieverts per hour near the fuel injection manifold viewport. Code maximum under Section 14.9.12 sub A, 1.0 millisievert per hour. Current shielding, 4.2 centimeters of compressed tritonite. Code minimum for a reactor of the Keth series output class, 11.7 centimeters of tritonite equivalent, or 8.4 centimeters of lead composite. Remediation required complete replacement of the monitoring gallery's shielding structure. She moved to HSHC TF00012. Emergency lighting. Decks 7 through 19, 0 installations. Code required independent battery-backed illumination at 50 lux minimum along all designated egress routes. The Axiom had designated egress routes on decks 7 through 19. It had no emergency lighting on any of them. HSHC TF00019. Fire suppression across all decks. 0 automatic suppression systems. 2.1 million liters of combustible hydraulic fluid in exposed conduit throughout 140 decks. Code required automatic suppression within 15 meters of any combustible material exceeding 100 liters. The vessel met none of that requirement on any deck.
She moved to citation HSHC TF00023.
Kethavoran had been reviewing the schematic with the focused attention of someone who had processed significant tactical information under pressure many times and knew how to hold his reactions in check. He had held them in check through the egress citation and the reactor citation and the lighting citation and the fire suppression citation. When Voss read citation 23, handrail deficiency, 4,200 elevated walkways, 0 installations, code required continuous handrails on any walkway exceeding 0.5 meters above the adjacent surface. Section 14.9.8 sub B. His ridges flickered. "You are citing us for handrails," he said. "This vessel has destroyed civilizations. And it's done so without OSHA-compliant fall protection," Voss said. "Citation stands." The room was quiet for a moment in the way rooms are quiet when the beings in them are recalibrating. Solvan spoke first. His voice carried the precision of someone who had arrived prepared. "We will appeal every citation. Your regulations are arbitrary, species-specific, and were adopted without council debate." Section 14.9.1. Sub-A grants the HSHC portfolio holder full promulgation authority without council ratification, Voss said. "Your appeal is noted. Your insurance company has also been noted." Solvan said that the appeals process under Compact Administrative Procedure, Title 3, Section 7.1, would address the citations through proper adjudication, that the Compact Administrative Tribunal had jurisdiction, that the timeline for administrative review of this volume and complexity of citations was 8 to 14 years. He said this with the confidence of someone who understood that 8 to 14 years of procedural limbo was, in practice, a form of victory. Drethka had not spoken yet. He was looking at citation 7, the reactor shielding citation. He had the expression, insofar as Vel'Khari expressions were legible, of an engineer confronting a measurement that his professional experience told him could not be right, but that his professional training told him he needed to verify rather than dismiss. "Inspector," he said, "our reactor shielding is rated for 600 years of continuous operation. It has never failed." Voss looked at him. "It's rated to Vel'Khari exposure tolerances," she said. 14.2 millisieverts per hour in the monitoring gallery. The new code sets the limit at 1.0 millisievert per hour, based on the most radiation-sensitive compact member species. You're over by a factor of 14. The shielding hasn't failed, Chief Architect. It was never sufficient. Drethka was quiet. His dim ridges did not change. Then, the most radiation-sensitive species being? Humans, Voss said. She closed the presentation and disconnected her tablet from the display system. She told the assembled officers that the remediation deadline for all 5 Severity 2+ citations was 30 standard days from date of issuance, as specified in Section 14.9.5 Sub A. She told them the TBIHC remediation guidance package, which detailed the technical requirements and recommended methodologies for each cited violation, had been transmitted to the vessel's engineering administration address 16 hours ago. She told them she would be available for any technical clarifying questions through the standard TBIHC contact protocol. Then she left. The Axiom of Dominion's conference spaces were designed for beings that were 2.4 meters tall and built low and wide. The corridor outside Conference Bay 12 Alpha had the same hydraulic hiss as Deck 4, the same distant structural sounds of a ship that was always in some compartment being worked on. Voss walked through it at her own pace and did not look back. Solvan's appeal filing reached the Compact Administrative Tribunal's intake system at 14:32 that afternoon, Compact Standard Time. It was comprehensive. 34 individual citation appeals, plus a preliminary motion challenging the validity of the underlying regulatory standards as having been adopted without proper notice and comment procedures. It was, as legal filings went, impressively constructed. The tribunal's automated intake system logged it, assigned it a docket number, and placed it in the standard processing queue. Average wait time for initial review of a new HSHC filing, 6 to 8 months. Average time to substantive ruling, 8 to 14 years. That evening, in Compartment 7 Gamma 14, Voss contacted Deputy Secretary Okafor on the encrypted subspace link. She reported the appeal filing and confirmed her understanding of the timeline. Okafor said that was expected. She said that was correct, and then she walked through the list of what the appeals process did not pause. She did this methodically, in the order the provisions appeared in Title 14, because that was the order in which they would matter. The insurance notification under Section 14.9.3 Sub D had been transmitted automatically at the moment each Severity 2 citation was logged. That was done. It could not be recalled. The Interstellar Indemnity Consortium had been formally notified of 5 active Severity 2+ citations on the Axiom of Dominion. Under IIC Policy Framework Article 11.2, any vessel carrying 3 or more active Severity 2 citations triggered an automatic elevated risk review. The review was already underway. During its minimum 90-day duration, the Axiom's liability premium would increase by 300%, and its operational coverage ceiling would drop to 40% of face value. The Vel'Khari could appeal every citation. They could not appeal the insurance notification, because the insurance notification was not a decision. It was a transmission. The system had sent it because the system was designed to send it. Solvan could file motions with the Compact Administrative Tribunal from now until the heat death of the universe, and the IIC's risk model would continue running regardless. The daily noncompliance penalties under Section 14.9.4 Sub C were running. Each unresolved Severity 2 citation accrued 2,400 Compact Standard credits per day. 5 active Severity 2 citations meant 12,000 credits per day, approximately 4.3 million United States dollars equivalent per day, for reference purposes that Okafor occasionally found useful when explaining the situation to people who still thought in Earth currencies. The remediation clock under Section 14.9.5 Sub A was running, 30 days. If the deadline passed without remediation or an approved extension request, and there had been no extension request, each Severity 2 citation would automatically escalate to Severity 1, immediate habitability, hazard, and under Section 14.9.6 Sub A, a Severity 1 designation authorized the issuing inspector to issue a Do Not Occupy order on the affected area. Okafor asked if the Vel'Khari understood what was coming.
Not yet, Voss said. They think this is a nuisance. They'll think that for approximately 26 more days.
She ended the call. The compartment was quiet in the way of a ship that was never truly quiet. The recycled air hiss of the circulation system, the low structural sound of a vessel the size of a small city simply existing under pressure and power, and the constant mechanical effort of keeping 184,000 beings alive in the vacuum of space. She made 3 additional notes from her day's observations, saved them to the preliminary assessment file, and set an alarm for 0600. On Station Kellis 9, the IIC's automated risk classification system had been processing the Axiom of Dominion's expanded citation data since the afternoon's notification batch arrived. A Rithani risk analyst named Torvan had been assigned the file that morning when it crossed the 3-citation threshold that triggered human review under Article 11.2. He had reviewed it. He had verified the citation source authority. He had checked the HSHC portfolio holder's regulatory standing, the validity of the cited code sections, and the automated notification protocol's transmission log. Everything was in order. Everything was, in the language of the IIC's internal documentation, legitimate and verified. He had flagged the file for elevated risk review, standard procedure at this citation count. Then he had looked at the citation list again, not because anything was irregular, because the citations themselves, egress width, radiation shielding, fire suppression, emergency lighting, handrails, were the kind of citations that appeared on a vessel when no one had ever looked at it before, rather than the kind that appeared when something had recently gone wrong. 34 citations across 11 decks on a vessel that had been registered with the IIC for over 300 years. 0 previous HSHC citations in the policy history. Not 0 violations, 0 inspections. The policy had been renewed every standard cycle for 3 centuries on the basis of self-reported compliance data, because the HSHC authority had never sent anyone to verify it. Torvan pulled the cross-fleet exposure model. The Vel'Khari 3rd Combined Fleet operated under a single policy umbrella, 340 vessels. If the Axiom's citation profile, which had been generated by one inspector in 72 hours, was representative of the fleet's general compliance status, the Article 14.7 cross-portfolio contamination review would produce numbers that he did not yet want to put in a formal document. The Vel'Khari built their navy from 3 standardized hull templates. What was true of the Axiom's structural design was, by engineering inheritance, true of every vessel built from the same template. Every corridor dimension, every shielding specification, every walkway, every fire suppression installation, or rather, every absence of one. He did not yet want to put those numbers in a formal document because they were the kind of numbers that, once written down, became real in a way that other people would have to respond to. And responding to them would require decisions that his institution was not yet ready to make, because the institution had existed for 2,100 years without ever having been asked to make them. He double-checked the numbers anyway, twice. Then he assigned the file the IIC's internal color code for cases that required senior review. It was the same color used for total loss claims. He had never applied it to a vessel that was still operational. He sent the file up the chain and went back to his other work. The mechanical calculators on his desk clicked steadily, indifferent to what he had just done, because numbers had no opinion about their own implications. That was what made them reliable. And right now, he found their reliability deeply uncomfortable. Chapter 4, Reactor Shielding has expired. Reactor Compartment 1 occupied the Axiom of Dominion's lowest operational deck, Deck 0, which the Vel'Khari did not call the basement, but which functioned as one in the same way that the hull of a ship functions as a floor. Not a beginning, just the point below which there was nothing but vacuum. The approach corridor from the elevator bank was 300 meters of tritonite passageway that sloped gradually downward toward the ship's keel, the walls thickening as they descended until the overhead clearance dropped to 3.4 meters, and the material surrounding Voss was no longer corridor wall in any architectural sense, but simply the mass of the ship pressing inward from every direction. The sound changed before the visual did. The hydraulic hiss of the upper decks was replaced by something lower and more constant. Not a hum exactly, more a resonance, the frequency of a process operating at a scale that communicated itself to the inner ear before the mind had finished registering it. The Keth series quantum cascade reactor produced 4.7 exawatts of continuous output, and had been doing so for 340 years without interruption. The corridor wall absorbed and transmitted that output as a vibration so low it sat below the threshold of hearing and simply existed as a physical fact, like air pressure or gravity. Drethka walked beside her. He had been assigned this escort, or had requested it. Voss was not certain which. And he walked with the quality of a person returning to a place they considered the most important place they had ever been. His ridges ran a slow, deep amber that read, in the reference framework Voss had been building over 3 days of Vel'Khari observation, as pride. Not the aggressive pride of the officers in the conference room. The quieter kind that belonged to the person who built the thing rather than the person who commanded it. Behind them, 4 Vel'Khari security personnel in full service harness, weapons holstered, there because protocol required their presence, and not because anyone had yet made a decision about what they would do. Voss had not acknowledged them. She had logged their presence, noted that the corridor's egress width was insufficient to allow rapid evacuation of 4 large quadrupeds simultaneously alongside 1 human, and moved on. The reactor compartment opened before them like a cathedral that had been designed by engineers rather than architects, which was to say, vast, functional, indifferent to the smallness of the beings moving through it, and organized entirely around the logic of the thing it contained. The Keth series reactor core ran the length of the compartment, a 1.4-kilometer cylinder of contained processes that the Vel'Khari's best physics had been building toward for 3 centuries. It was visible through the monitoring gallery, a sweep of transparent tritonite viewport 40 meters wide and 340 meters long, slightly curved, following the reactor's profile, looking in on something that was not quite matter and not quite energy, but the precise interaction of both that produced 4.7 exawatts without the core mass exceeding a temperature that would cause the surrounding containment structure to flex. Drethka stopped at the gallery entrance with the posture of a person presenting something they had made. He said, "This reactor has operated without incident for 340 years. It is the finest piece of engineering in the compact." Voss looked at the reactor for 2 seconds. Then she produced the dosimeter. The reading came back in under a second, 14.8 millisieverts per hour. She walked the gallery. It took 8 minutes to cover the full 340 meters at the pace required to log a reading every 10 meters. The readings came back in sequence, 14.2, 14.6, 13.8, 14.4, 15.1, progressing along the gallery in a range that averaged out to 14.2 millisieverts per hour across the full run, with a peak of 22.6 millisieverts per hour near the fuel injection manifold viewport, where the reactor's highest output process was closest to the crew-accessible side of the transparent barrier. The code limit under Section 14.9.12 sub-A was 1.0 millisievert per hour. She asked Drethka how many crew rotated through the monitoring gallery per standard watch cycle. He said 340 technicians across 3 shifts, plus 40 officer cadets on training rotations, approximately 1,100 individuals per day, moving through a space with an average ambient radiation exposure 14.2 times above the new legal maximum, with a peak exposure of 22.6 times above the new legal maximum at the point nearest the fuel injection monitoring station, which was also the station with the highest technical responsibility, and therefore the station most consistently occupied. She asked about cumulative exposure tracking. Drethka said the Vel'Khari biology tolerated up to 200 millisieverts per day without measurable degradation, that his species had evolved in a high radiation environment, that the current exposure levels were, for Vel'Khari crew, background, normal, within the range that their physiology had been managing without incident for 340 years. Voss acknowledged this. She said that Section 14.9.12 sub-B set the exposure limit at the most restrictive biological threshold among compact member species, not the host species. She said the provision existed to ensure that any compact citizen could board any compact registered vessel without incurring radiation exposure above the threshold their own biology was calibrated to tolerate. She said the most restrictive threshold was human, 1.0 millisievert per hour, with a cumulative annual limit of 20 millisieverts. Drethka said, "I designed this gallery. I designed the viewport tolerances and the shielding specifications and the monitoring station placement. I have stood in this space 10,000 times. The shielding is sufficient." "It's beautiful," Voss said. "It's also producing 14.2 millisieverts per hour in a space where the legal limit is 1.0. I'm not questioning your engineering chief architect. I'm questioning your shielding thickness." She issued citation HSHC TF0035. Immediate radiological hazard designation, Reactor Compartment 1, Monitoring Gallery, under Section 14.9.12 sub D. Ambient radiation exceeding permissible limits by a factor of 14.2 average 22.6 peak. Under the IRH authority of Section 14.9.12 sub D, she was imposing immediate operational restrictions. Gallery access restricted to Vel'Khari personnel only, pending shielding remediation, because the environment was not survivable for human occupants at any duration. Dosimetric monitoring equipment required within 15 standard days. Full shielding remediation deadline, 30 standard days. She did not order a reactor shutdown, not yet. She made a note in the citation file, shutdown authority available under Section 14.9.12 sub D, if remediation compliance was not initiated within the 15-day dosimetric monitoring window. She saved the note. She logged the reading timestamps. She photographed the monitoring gallery with the TBIHC standard documentation equipment, capturing the viewport, the fuel injection manifold station, and the dosimeter display at the peak reading location. Drethka stood at the gallery entrance and did not speak again. His ridges had gone to a color Voss had not seen on any Vel'Khari in 3 days of observation. She did not have a reference entry for it. She made a note to add one. Kethvorin was in his private quarters when the citation notification reached him, and he read it with the controlled stillness of a being who had trained himself not to show what he was calculating. The immediate radiological hazard designation on Reactor Compartment 1 was not, by itself, the problem. The problem was the specific authority the designation invoked, Section 14.9.12 sub D, which gave the issuing inspector operational authority over the reactor itself, not over the crew, not over the corridors or the fire systems or the walkways, over the reactor, over the power source on which the weapons, the shields, the FTL drive, and the life support of 184,000 crew depended. He summoned Comptroller Mivan. Mivan had been in contact with the Interstellar Indemnity Consortium since the afternoon of Day 2, when the first Automated Severity 2 notification had arrived at Station Kellis 9. He had been receiving updates with the regularity of someone who had asked to be informed and had come to regret it. He presented the current status in the flat, precise delivery of a financial officer who had learned that the most dangerous thing he could do was soften numbers for an admiral. The IIC's elevated risk review was underway. With the addition of the IRH designation on Reactor Compartment 1, the preliminary assessment had reclassified the axiom of Dominion from Zeta 4 to Zeta 5, maximum risk, pre-nullification status. At Zeta 5, the standard elevated premium structure was suspended. No premium amount was offered because the IIC's actuarial model had concluded the risk was not insurable at current compliance status. The existing policy remained nominally active, but with an effective coverage ceiling of 0 until the classification improved to Zeta 3 or below. The IIC had also activated its subrogation rights under Policy Framework Article 16.3. The legal right to recover all previous claim payments made on behalf of the axiom across its operational history. 12 claims over 340 years. 847 million compact standard credits in total settlements, plus 6.2% compound interest from each original payment date. Total subrogation claim, 1.34 billion compact standard credits. And then there was Article 14.7. Mivan said it carefully, because the numbers that followed it were numbers he had checked 3 times before bringing them to the Admiral's quarters. Article 14.7, the cross-portfolio contamination clause, gave the IIC the right to initiate elevated risk reviews on all vessels in an insured fleet when one vessel reached Zeta 4 or above. The Vel'Khari 3rd Combined Fleet, 340 ships, operated under a single fleet policy. Article 14.7 had been triggered by the Axiom's Zeta 4 classification 2 days ago. The IIC had not yet exercised it. The preliminary notice had been sent. The decision to proceed with fleet-wide review was pending IIC board authorization. If the board authorized the fleet-wide review, and if preliminary data suggested the rest of the fleet carried violations comparable to the Axiom, which Mivan believed was likely, given that Vel'Khari shipbuilding used standardized hull templates. The annual insurance cost for the full fleet would exceed the Empire's total military budget. They could not afford to be insured. They also could not afford to be uninsured, because Compact Commercial Navigation Code, Title 22, Section 3.1, required all vessels transiting compact space to maintain minimum liability coverage. An uninsured fleet could not legally leave its home system. The room held the specific silence of a space in which all the available conclusions were bad ones. "Can we kill the Inspector?" Keith Voran asked. "Only if you'd like to start a war with a species that spent 2 centuries perfecting the art of the frivolous lawsuit," Mvan said. Voran said, "Can we refuse the inspection?" Mvan said that Section 14.9.2 Sub-A treated refusal to permit inspection as automatic admission of all potential violations at maximum severity. Every compartment on the ship would be reclassified as an immediate habitability hazard across all categories. The IIC would not need to complete a review. They would nullify immediately. The subrogation claim would become effective the same day. Voran said, "Then what can we do?" Mvan said, "Comply, or appeal, and wait 8 to 14 years for the tribunal to rule, while paying 12,000 credits per day in non-compliance penalties, operating at 0 effective insurance coverage, and carrying the subrogation claim as an outstanding liability." The Admiral sat with this information. His ridges held flat amber and did not move. This was, Voss would later note in her field log, the color Keith Voran used when he was processing something he had decided not to display, which was the Vel'Khari equivalent of going very, very quiet. "I have destroyed worlds, Comptroller," he said. "I will not be brought low by a creature with a clipboard." Mvan said, "With respect, Admiral, the clipboard is not the weapon. The weapon is the insurance premium, and it's already been fired." Voran contacted the Imperial Admiralty on the priority channel at 2200 hours that evening. He framed the situation as a regulatory nuisance requiring political resolution. A minor species had been assigned an administrative portfolio and was deploying it with unanticipated aggression, which was an embarrassment to the Compact's procedural norms and warranted a measured diplomatic response. He requested guidance. He did not use the words financial crisis or insurance or subrogation, because those words belonged to Mvan's domain and not his, and because using them would have required him to explain that a single human with a measuring device had in 4 days produced a financial exposure he did not fully have words for. The Admiralty responded within 6 hours. They assigned a junior diplomatic attaché to handle the matter. They described the situation as a temporary procedural inconvenience, and the human inspector as an over-enthusiastic representative of a species that had not yet learned the norms of interstellar regulatory conduct. They did not read the citation documents. No one in the Admiralty read the citation documents, because reading citation documents from a portfolio that had not functioned as anything other than a ceremonial obligation in 1200 years was not a thing the Admiralty did. They had, in 800 years of holding the military affairs portfolio, developed institutional reflexes calibrated to military threats. What Voss represented was not a military threat. Their reflexes had no category for it. That would change, but not yet. In compartment 7 Gamma 14, Voss reviewed the day's documentation before lights out. Citation HSHC TF0035 logged, transmitted, and time-stamped. The IRH authority was now active. The 15-day dosimetric monitoring window was running. The 30-day shielding remediation deadline was running. The non-compliance penalty accrual had increased with the addition of the Severity 1 citation. The IIC's Zeta 5 classification had been confirmed in the late afternoon notification batch. The subrogation claim was on file. Article 14.7 was pending board authorization. She set an alarm for 0600. She had Deck 7 to finish in the morning. The secondary egress corridors on the port side, which the schematic suggested were likely to produce 3 additional Severity 2 citations based on the dimensional data she had already pulled. Then Deck 8. Then the fire suppression assessment for the forward engineering section, which would take the better part of the afternoon. The reactor hummed 43 decks below her, 4.7 exawatts, 340 years without incident. She had not questioned the engineering. She had measured the shielding. The shielding was 4.2 centimeters. The code required 11.7. That was not a small gap. That was not a close call or a borderline case or a matter of interpretation. It was a measurement, and it was what it was, and she had written it down, and writing it down was the only thing she had ever needed to do. She closed the tablet and the compartment went dark. Chapter 5. Do not occupy. Day 31 began the same way days 1 through 30 had begun. Voss at 0600, tablet charged, dosimeter calibrated, measuring beam clipped to her lanyard alongside 6 laminated credential badges and the growing administrative record of a ship that had never been inspected and was discovering, one code section at a time, what that meant. The difference was the date. The 30-day remediation window specified under Section 14.9.5 Sub-A had opened on the date each citation was issued. The 5 original Severity 2 citations, HSHC TF 0001 through 05, covering egress width, reactor shielding, emergency lighting, fire suppression, and handrails, had been issued on days 1 and 2. 30 days had passed. 0 remediations had been completed. 0 extension requests had been submitted. The window had closed at midnight, and at midnight the automated escalation provision had run, and at midnight all 5 citations had converted, without any action required from Voss or anyone else, to Severity 1, immediate habitability hazard. The conversion was logged in the TBIHC system. The IIC received the notification before 0100. By 0300, the axiom of Dominion's insurance classification record had been updated to reflect 5 active Severity 1 citations, in addition to its existing Zeta 5 status and pending subrogation claim. The administrative machinery had processed this the way it processed everything, systematically, at whatever hour the timestamp said. Voss had been asleep. She had set her alarm for 0600 because the administrative status review she had scheduled for 0700 required a clear head, not because she had any anxiety about how it would go. Conference Bay 12 Alpha held a different configuration this morning than it had on day 3. Voss had requested the presence of the Compact Administrative Tribunal Observer, a procedural safeguard available under HSHC operational guidelines when an inspector anticipated enforcement actions of unusual significance. The observer was Vel'Khari of the Vel'Khari Consensus, a neutral arbiter assigned to monitor HSHC proceedings, present not as a judge, but as a witness whose report would be irrefutable documentation of the process's validity. The Vel'Khari communicated through subsonic resonance at frequencies below the range of most species' hearing, which meant Vel'Khari's presence was felt rather than heard. A faint pressure in the lower registers of the room's atmosphere, steady and impartial. Deputy Secretary Okafor was on the subspace link from Geneva, attending remotely. His image small in the corner of the display screen with the slightly compressed quality of a connection routed through a relay 3 star systems away. Solvan was present. He had brought 2 assistants, which was his right under the applicable procedural rules. His preparation was visible in the density of the documentation his assistants carried. He had been ready for this hearing since day 20. He had filed the appeals, built the record, structured the procedural argument. His confidence in the process was the confidence of someone who knew how administrative law worked and had used it effectively before. Voss called the review to order. She stated the citation status: 34 citations issued, 34 appeals filed, 0 remediations completed, 0 extension requests submitted. Under Section 14.9.5 Sub-A, the automatic severity escalation provision had activated at midnight. All 5 Severity 2+ citations were now Severity 1. She confirmed this for the record. Vel'Khari's atmospheric presence registered its acknowledgement as a faint deepening of the subsonic pressure. Okafor's image nodded. The record was made. Solvan said that the appeals were pending, that the Compact Administrative Tribunal had jurisdiction, that issuing do not occupy orders before the appeals were adjudicated was procedurally premature and would constitute a violation of the respondent's right to contest the underlying citations before enforcement actions were taken. Voss cited Compact Administrative Procedure, Title 3, Section 7.4, Sub-C, The filing of an administrative appeal shall not operate as a stay of enforcement actions taken under emergency safety provisions, including, but not limited to, do not occupy orders issued pursuant to Section 14.9.6 sub A. She noted that this provision had existed in the HSHC Charter for 1,200 years. She noted that the Vel'Khari had never invoked it. She noted that its existence in the Charter was documented, its language was unambiguous, and the current situation fell squarely within its scope. Sullivan asked which areas she intended to condemn. She read the list. Deck 4, Main Concourse, Frames, 112 through 340. Egress non-compliance under HSHC TF 0001, now Severity 1. The Do Not Occupy order prohibited all personnel from using the concourse as a transit route until the egress width was remediated to code minimum and verified by reinspection. 22,000 crew per shift would need to use secondary routing. She had prepared a secondary routing advisory, which was attached to the DNO notice as required by Section 14.9.6 sub B. Reactor Compartment 1, Monitoring Gallery, IRH designation under HSHC TF0035, now carrying dual Severity 1 status under both the original citation and the automatic escalation. Access restrictions already in effect were expanded. No personnel of any species permitted in the gallery pending shielding remediation and dosimetric verification. Decks 7 through 19. All corridors designated as secondary egress routes. Emergency lighting failure under HSHC TF 00012, now Severity 1. The Do Not Occupy order on secondary egress routes across 13 decks prohibited their use in evacuation scenarios, which meant that in the event of an emergency requiring evacuation of those decks, the designated routes could not legally be used. She noted this in the order, with the flatness of someone documenting a measurement rather than a catastrophe, and then the command bridge, Deck 1. She read the bridge citation list without pause. Egress non-compliance. The bridge's entry corridor measured 3.8 meters. Code minimum for a command center with 240 duty stations was 5.2 meters. Deficiency of 1.4 meters. Absent fire suppression. The bridge contained the Axiom's primary hydraulic control manifold, 12,000 liters of combustible fluid, zero suppression coverage, absent emergency lighting. And finally, the bridge's 40-meter curved transparent aluminum viewport had no maximum occupancy placard posted as required by Section 14.9.7 sub F. The placard was a laminated card. It cost nothing. It had not been installed. Do Not Occupy order is effective immediately on the command bridge Deck 1, Voss said. Multiple Severity 1 violations, egress non-compliance, absent fire suppression, absent emergency lighting, missing maximum occupancy placard, per section 14.9.7 sub F. I've prepared a relocation advisory for essential command functions. There's a compliance space on Deck 22. Sullivan's voice was precise and controlled. You are asking the Fleet Admiral of the 3rd Combined Fleet to command from a closet? I'm not asking, Voss said. Section 14.9.6 sub A is asking. I'm just delivering the notice. The closet is a suggestion. He's welcome to find any other space on this vessel that passes code. I'll wait. She had, in fact, spent 40 minutes the previous evening reviewing the Axiom's structural schematics for alternative command-capable spaces that met minimum code requirements. Supply Compartment 4 Gamma 7 on Deck 22 was 6 meters by 4 meters, met the minimum occupancy standard for a temporary command post of up to 8 personnel, had functional atmospheric circulation, and did not carry any active citations. She had included it in the relocation advisory because the advisory was a required component of the DNO notice, and because identifying a compliant alternative was technically part of the service. Kilthani's subsonic presence deepened briefly. Acknowledgement logged. Okafor's image on the subspace screen was very still. Supply Compartment 4 Gamma 7 on Deck 22 had last been used to store atmospheric filter replacements and hull sealant. It smelled accordingly. 3 tactical displays had been requisitioned from the Axiom's equipment inventory and mounted on the shelving units along the port wall, which still held cleaning supplies on the lower racks because there had not been time to clear them. 2 communications officers occupied the space between a pallet of hull sealant and the door to the secondary ventilation access panel. The room was 6 meters by 4 meters and contained, currently, 8 Vel'Khari crew, the tactical displays, the cleaning supplies, and Fleet Admiral Kethvaran, who stood in what had previously been the center of the room and was now simply wherever he was standing. The Axiom of Dominion was 16.4 kilometers long. Its bridge spanned 40 meters of transparent aluminum viewport overlooking the operational envelope of the Vel'Khari 3rd Combined Fleet. The admiral who commanded it was standing between a mop bucket and a rack of atmospheric filter replacements, and he had been there for 47 minutes, receiving briefings from officers who were also standing because there were not enough surfaces to sit on, and the surfaces that existed were occupied by equipment that had been installed in 45 minutes of hurried requisitioning. The room smelled of industrial sealant and the recycled atmosphere undertone that permeated every pressurized compartment on the Axiom. It was a smell Kethvaran knew from 30 years of operating aboard Vel'Khari warships. He had never expected to command from a space that smelled of it this strongly, because he had never expected to command from a storage compartment. His ridges were the color he used when he was maintaining control with significant effort. His staff briefed him on the tribunal's response to Solvan's emergency stay request. The Compact Administrative Tribunal's average processing time for an emergency stay application in HSHC matters was 47 standard days. In 47 days, at 12,000 Compact standard credits per day in Severity 1 non-compliance penalties, an increase from the previous rate because Severity 1 citations carried a higher accrual rate than Severity 2 under Section 14.9.4 sub C, the accumulated penalty total would reach 564,000 credits, plus the ongoing Zeta 5 insurance costs, plus the subrogation claim sitting on the books at $1.34 billion. Earth's delegation had responded to the Admiralty's junior diplomatic attaché within 4 hours of his initial contact. The response was a document 340 pages long, titled Remediation Guidance Package for the Vel'Khari 3rd Combined Fleet. Vessel, Axiom of Dominion. It was detailed, technically precise, and written in the patient register of an institution that was genuinely trying to be helpful. It included itemized cost estimates for each citation remediation. Total, 18.4 billion Compact standard credits for full compliance, a recommended contractor list for each trade required, and a phased timeline assuming immediate commencement of work, 24 months minimum. The contractors on the recommended list were all human-owned firms with Compact registration and TBIHC certification. The document had been prepared before Voss boarded the Axiom. It had been waiting.
Kethvaran read the summary sheet. He did not read the 340 pages. "Get me the Admiralty," he said. "Priority channel." His communications officer said, "Admiral, the priority channel array is on the bridge, which is condemned." Kethvaran said, "Use the secondary." The communications officer said, "The secondary array is on Deck 8, which is also condemned."
The Deck 8 secondary communications array had been sighted under HSHC TF 00041 on Day 4. The array's control room had no emergency lighting, no fire suppression coverage for the adjacent power conduit bank, and an egress corridor measuring 2.9 meters, below the code minimum for a compartment classified as continuous occupancy. It had escalated to Severity 1 at midnight along with the others. The DNO was in effect. The room sat empty and functioning and legally inaccessible on Deck 8, while the Admiral of the 3rd Combined Fleet attempted to manage 340 warships from a storage compartment that smelled of industrial sealant. He used the tertiary system. The tertiary system was slower, narrower band, and routed through a relay that added 11 seconds of latency to every transmission. He contacted the Admiralty. He delivered his briefing in the flat, controlled register he used when he was managing information rather than sharing it. The Admiralty assigned a second attaché. They upgraded the response classification from routine to priority. They still did not read the citation documents. At 2300, a priority communication arrived at Supply Compartment 4 Gamma 7 from the Vel'Khari Imperial Treasury on homeworld Kethval. The Treasury attaché's voice carried a quality that Kethavoran had not heard from a financial officer in 30 years of command. Not alarm, which would have been manageable, but the particular controlled register of someone delivering information they had verified 3 times because they needed to be certain before they said it out loud. The Interstellar Indemnity Consortium's Board of Directors had authorized the Article 14.7 Fleet-Wide Elevated Risk Review. Not the Third Combined Fleet. The full Vel'Khari Imperial Navy. 2,300 active duty vessels operating under the Single Fleet Policy umbrella. Preliminary modeling, based on the Axiom's citation profile and the known Vel'Khari shipbuilding template standardization, suggested that if even 30% of the fleet carried violations comparable to the Axiom, the total annual insurance cost at Zeta 4 classification would exceed the Empire's total military budget. The attaché used a Vel'Khari financial term that translated, across the idiom gap, as something between total collapse and a wound you do not survive. She said it once in the controlled register, and then she provided the numbers behind it, and let the numbers say the rest. The preliminary model assumed 30% fleet-wide non-compliance as a conservative estimate. The actual non-compliance rate, if the Axiom's profile held across the standardized hull templates, was likely closer to 90%. At 90%, the annual insurance cost did not merely exceed the military budget. It exceeded it by a multiple that had no precedent in Vel'Khari financial history and required a unit of measurement the Treasury's standard reporting format did not include. The attaché asked for guidance. Kethavoran said he would contact her in the morning, she said, with the careful precision of a financial officer who understood that certain information could not be softened. Morning may not be an appropriate timeline, Admiral. He said he understood. He terminated the transmission. The cleaning supplies on the lower rack were, Kethavoran noted in the small, clear part of his mind that continued to observe things regardless of what the rest of it was doing, labeled in Vel'Khari standard script. Atmospheric filter replacement, grade 7. Floor sealant, industrial. Hydraulic joint compound, exterior grade. All of it exactly where it had been before the supply closet became the command center of the most powerful fleet in the Compact, and would presumably remain there long after, because storage supplies did not move themselves, and no one had been assigned to move them, and the Admiral of the Third Combined Fleet had not thought to issue the order. 2,300 ships, every one of them built from the same 3 hull templates, every one of them carrying by engineering inheritance the same measurements that had produced 35 citations on the Axiom of Dominion in 4 days. The mechanical calculators on Station Kellis 9 clicked steadily through the night, assembling numbers that no one in the Vel'Khari Empire had yet fully looked at. In Compartment 7 Gamma 14, 43 decks above the reactor and 6 decks below the condemned bridge, Voss was already asleep. Tomorrow was Deck 31. Maintenance catwalks, elevated walkways, an engineering section whose structural schematics suggested 17 additional handrail deficiencies and at least 2 fire suppression gaps she wanted to measure in person before filing. The citation count would reach 50 by end of shift if the preliminary data held. She had found in 22 years of field inspection that it usually did. Chapter 6, the 48-hour ventilation audit. The inspection request was filed at 0900 on day 33, transmitted from Voss's tablet through the TBIHC administrative system to the Axiom of Dominion's Fleet Command address, copied simultaneously to the Compact Administrative Tribunal Observer, the Interstellar Indemnity Consortium's active file on the vessel, the Vel'Khari Imperial Treasury's HSHC correspondence address, and the TBIHC Geneva Office for Administrative Record. The copy list was not an accident. Every recipient was now on record as having received the notification, which meant none of them could later claim ignorance of its contents, which meant the contents were irrevocable in a particular institutional way that was distinct from merely being filed. The request was titled, Inspection Request IR 2247, Standard Ventilation and Atmospheric Processing Assessment, pursuant to Section 14.9.15 Sub-A, Compact Administrative Code, Title 14. Section 14.9.15. Sub-A required atmospheric baseline readings aboard any Compact registered crewed vessel carrying more than 50,000 occupants. The Axiom of Dominion carried 184,000. The baseline readings were designed to establish the vessel's ambient atmospheric composition under standard operating conditions, free from the interference of non-essential atmospheric loads, systems that drew from or discharged into the vessel's primary atmospheric processing network, but whose primary function was not life support, navigation, or structural integrity. Establishing accurate baseline readings required those non-essential loads to be simultaneously isolated for the duration of the assessment. Simultaneous isolation was not a TBIHC preference or an inspector's judgment call. It was the text of Section 14.9.15 sub B, confirmed by 3 binding compact administrative tribunal precedents that Voss had appended to the request as reference documents: Dreth Confederacy versus Vel'Khari HSHC Office, Compact Year 2814, Ulvari Consensus versus Rathani Syndicate, Compact Year 3102, Malvath Collective versus Vel'Khari HSHC Office, Compact Year 3340. All 3 affirmed simultaneous isolation as the required standard. All 3 were still binding. None of them had been issued in a context anyone had considered relevant until Voss found them. The request provided 72 hours of advance notice, as required. It specified the assessment duration, 48 hours. It specified the commencement condition: all non-essential atmospheric loads, isolated and confirmed offline. It was filed on day 33. The assessment was scheduled to begin on day 36. Drethka received the technical specifications before noon. He had been in his engineering workshop on Deck 34 for most of the previous 3 days, working through the remediation guidance package that Earth's delegation had sent, which was 340 pages of patient, precise, technically accurate documentation explaining exactly what would need to happen to bring the axiom into compliance. He had been reading it the way an engineer reads something that is correct and that he wishes were wrong. The package was correct. He had checked. He found himself wishing it weren't with a frequency that had become professionally uncomfortable. He pulled the Axiom's atmospheric network schematics and laid the ventilation request specifications over them. The Axiom's atmospheric processing network was the circulatory system of a vessel that needed to keep 184,000 crew alive in vacuum. It routed processed atmosphere through every inhabited deck, managed thermal exchange for compartments that generated excess heat, and served as the medium through which a significant portion of the ship's non-biological systems discharged their operational waste. The plasma lance batteries discharged heat through atmospheric exchangers, 48 primary batteries, each one venting through dedicated exchange nodes in the network. The point defense grid's fire control systems ran cooling loops through the network. 1,200 turrets, each one drawing atmospheric circulation for thermal management during active targeting sequences. The shield generator array vented 4.7 terawatts of waste heat per operational hour through atmospheric exchange channels that were, by design, inseparable from the primary circulation routes. The FTL drive's pre-charge system used atmospheric nitrogen as a coolant buffer during the pre-charge sequence, drawing from and discharging back into the primary atmospheric supply. Life support, essential. Navigation, essential. Structural integrity, essential. Plasma lances, not life support, not navigation, not structural integrity. Point defense grid, not life support, not navigation, not structural integrity. Shield generators, not life support, not navigation, not structural integrity. FTL drive pre-charge, not life support, not navigation, not structural integrity. He sat with this conclusion for 11 minutes before contacting Solvan. Solvan contacted Voss within the hour. He said the proposed ventilation assessment was acceptable in principle, but that the simultaneous isolation requirement created operational concerns the Vel'Khari wished to address through a phased approach, one weapon system isolated at a time, baseline readings taken in sequence, the data aggregated rather than collected simultaneously. He framed this as a reasonable accommodation that would achieve the assessment's technical objectives without creating an unacceptable tactical exposure. Voss said that Section 14.9.15 sub B required simultaneous isolation of all non-essential atmospheric loads to establish accurate baseline readings. She said a phased approach would introduce sequential contamination into the atmospheric data, rendering each individual reading non-comparable to the others and requiring a complete restart of the assessment process from the point of any contamination forward. She cited the 3 binding precedents appended to the original request. She noted that all 3 had been decided on exactly this question, whether sequential isolation was an acceptable substitute for simultaneous isolation, and that all 3 had found that it was not. She said the assessment would proceed as specified or be rescheduled, and that rescheduling did not modify the original filing date, which meant the 72-hour advance notice period would not restart. Sylvain said he would need to confer with the Admiral. The tactical briefing in Supply Compartment 4 Gamma 7 was conducted standing, because there were still not enough surfaces, and because the cleaning supplies had still not been moved, and because in 33 days of commanding from a storage compartment, Kethivoran had not issued the order to move them, and at this point it seemed as though they would remain as a permanent feature of the space. The mop bucket had been pushed to the corner. It was a small improvement. Drethka presented the technical summary. To comply with the ventilation assessment as specified, the Axiom would need to simultaneously shut down all 48 primary plasma lance batteries, the full point defense grid of 1,200 turrets, the shield generator array, and the FTL drive's pre-charge system. The shutdown sequence would take approximately 6 hours from order to confirmation of all systems offline. The assessment would then run for 48 hours. Restart and recalibration would take an additional 8 hours. Total window of weapon and shield inoperability, 62 hours minimum. For 62 hours, the Axiom of Dominion would be an unarmed, unshielded, immobile structure, 16.4 kilometers long, sitting in the Keth system, which was a Vel'Khari border system with active patrol obligations along the Dreth Confederacy frontier. Kethivoran said, "Inspector, you are asking us to disarm this vessel in a border system during active diplomatic tensions with the Dreth Confederacy." Voss said, "I'm asking you to comply with a routine ventilation assessment. The tactical implications of your atmospheric system design are, respectfully, an engineering problem, not a regulatory one." Kethivoran said, "If the Dreth attack during your ventilation audit, Inspector, this system falls. Millions of Vel'Khari civilians in the Keth colonies die. Then I'd suggest completing the audit promptly so your weapons can come back online," Voss said. 48 hours, Admiral. The clock starts when the last plasma lance cools to atmospheric ambient. She left the compartment. The cleaning supplies remained in the corner. The mop bucket remained in the corner. The Admiral remained where he was standing. Kethivoran had 2 options. Comply. 62 hours of total vulnerability in a border system. The system's deterrent eliminated for the duration. The Dreth Confederacy's sensor arrays, which were good enough to detect a power-down sequence of this scale within 4 hours of initiation, informed by physics that the 3rd Combined Fleet's flagship was inert. Refuse. Section 14.9.2. Sub-A, Automatic Maximum Severity Classification across all unassessed compartments. Immediate IIC Policy Nullification. The Subrogation claim accelerated. The fleet-wide review results presumed non-compliant rather than assessed. A financial consequence that made 62 hours of tactical exposure seem like a tolerable problem. He could not choose comply without accepting the military risk. He could not choose refuse without accepting the financial one. The assessment had been filed, noticed, and copied to every relevant party. The precedents had been cited. The simultaneous isolation requirement was not negotiable and was not, under any available legal reading, avoidable. The Axiom's weapons powered down in sequence beginning at 1400 hours on day 34. The shutdown sequence took 5 hours and 43 minutes. Drethka supervised it personally, watching each system go cold with the expression of an engineer watching something he built do something it was never meant to do. The plasma lances went first. 48 batteries, each one cycling through its safety shutdown protocol, the exchangers releasing their accumulated heat into the atmospheric network one final time before the connection was severed. Then the point defense grid, 1,200 turrets locking to standby orientation and surrendering their cooling loops. Then the shields, 4.7 terawatts of management capacity releasing its draw on the atmospheric exchange channels and leaving the Axiom's hull naked to the Keth system's interstellar environment. Then the FTL pre-charge buffer, the nitrogen supply valves closing, the pre-charge capacitors bleeding their stored charge through the safety discharge array. The Axiom went quiet in a way it had not been quiet since it was built. Not silent. The atmospheric processors ran, the life support ran, the navigation systems ran, the structural integrity monitoring ran. The ship breathed, but the sound of a ship that is armed and shielded and capable of 48 plasma lance simultaneous discharge is a different sound than the sound of a ship that is none of those things, and the crew felt the difference before the status boards confirmed it. Something below the threshold of hearing changed. Something that had been present for 340 years was absent. The Axiom was, for the first time in its operational history, defenseless. The Dreth Confederacy's border monitoring array in the Keth system's outer shell detected the power-down signature at 1947 hours. The signature was unambiguous. A Vel'Khari Axiom-class dreadnought. All weapon systems offline, shields down, FTL disabled. The monitoring station's automated alert system flagged the reading and transmitted it to Dreth Confederacy Command on priority routing. The response came back in under 3 hours. The Dreth Confederacy's ambassador to the Compact filed a formal request with TBIHC at 0200 hours on day 35. The request was titled, Application for HSHC Inspection, Vel'Khari Border Defense Network, Keth Frontier Zone, pursuant to HSHC Portfolio Authority and Compact Administrative Code. Title 14. The Dreth had been watching the Axiom's citation process develop for 33 days. They had watched the bridge get condemned. They had watched the fleet-wide review get authorized. They had read the copy of the ventilation assessment request that had been routed to the Compact Administrative Tribunal Observer's public docket because the Ulvari maintained a public docket and the Dreth had access to it. They had understood something in the past 33 days that had not been understandable before those 33 days existed. In Supply Compartment 4 Gamma 7, Sulvan received a summary of the Dreth filing at 0300 and sat with it for a moment that was longer than his usual processing time. He had been the one to frame the Vel'Khari's legal strategy. He had built the appeals, structured the arguments, filed the motions. He had been operating on the assumption that the regulatory framework was the threat and that the threat was bounded. One inspector, one ship, one portfolio authority whose validity could be challenged in time. He had assumed the contest was bilateral. Humanity on one side, the Vel'Khari on the other, the Compact's administrative machinery adjudicating between them. He had been wrong about the shape of it. She's not doing this by accident, he said to Kethovoran, who was also awake at 0300 because there was no version of the current situation that permitted sleep. Every procedure she invokes, every code she cites, they were written for this. Not by the Plivari, by the humans. In the 6 months before she arrived, Kethovoran did not respond. His ridges held the flat, controlled amber of a being who had received information he had already, somewhere below the level of conscious acknowledgement, known. The ventilation assessment ran for 48 hours. Voss collected her atmospheric baseline readings, logged them, transmitted them to TBIHC Geneva for processing, and filed the assessment completion report at 0900 on day 38. The report found no violations under Section 14.9.15. The atmospheric processing system met code baseline standards when the non-essential loads were offline. She noted this in the completion report because her mandate was to document what she found, and what she found was compliance, and compliance was what the code required, and the code did not distinguish between findings it was convenient for her and findings it was not. The weapons came back online at 1530 hours on day 38, 8 hours of restart and recalibration. The plasma lances last, each one running through its targeting verification sequence before the safety interlocks cleared, each one confirming operational status to the system that was waiting for all 48 before it would classify the Axiom as armed. Dreth patrol vessels had moved 14,000 kilometers deeper into the contested border zone during the 62 hours the Axiom's deterrent had been absent. They moved with the patient, methodical precision of a species that understood the difference between aggression and occupancy. They had not fired. They had simply been present, in space that had been Vel'Khari space because Vel'Khari warships had been present in it, and which was now 14,000 kilometers less Vel'Khari because those warships had been, for 62 hours, unable to say otherwise. On Station Kelly's 9, the IIC's processing system received the Ventilation Assessment Completion Report and logged it alongside the Axiom's active citation file. The file was now 51 entries long. The Dreth inspection request was in TBIHC's intake queue, routed to the Geneva office for assignment. It was the first inspection request filed by one compact species targeting another species' military installations. It would not be the last. The intake queue was not designed for the volume it was about to receive, but it was designed to be expanded because the people who built it had spent 22 years in Gary, Indiana, and they had known from the beginning that if the system worked, the system would be used. Voss was on deck 31 when the Dreth filing notification arrived on her tablet. She read the subject line. She set the tablet down on the catwalk railing, which had no handrail, which was citation HSHC TF0049, already logged, picked up her measuring beam, and went back to work. Chapter 7, The Subrogation Clause. Station Kellis 9 orbited a neutron star, which was the Rathani way of making a statement about permanence without using words. Neutron stars were the most predictable objects in the observable universe. Their rotation rates were measurable to 14 decimal places. Their emissions were stable across timescales that made civilizations seem like weather events, and they did not have opinions about what you were doing in their vicinity. The Rathani had built their central financial processing hub in orbit around one because they considered predictability the closest thing to virtue that an institution could demonstrate. And because a processing hub anchored to the most reliable clock in the galaxy was a processing hub that could argue, with justification, that its records were not subject to the ambiguities of lesser timekeeping. The interior of Station Kellis 9 was white in the particular way of spaces that had been designed by beings for whom aesthetic neutrality was not an absence of choice, but a considered one. The walls were white. The floors were white. The workstations were white composite with white mechanical calculators and white data terminals. The only color variation came from the IIC's internal flag system, which used green, amber, red, and black to classify active risk files, because the Rathani had decided long ago that color was most reliably communicated when it was reserved for information rather than decoration. Torvon had worked at Station Kellis 9 for 31 years. In that time, he had seen the flag system produce green files by the million, amber files by the 10,000, and red files in numbers that could be tracked individually because they were genuinely rare. He had seen 3 black files in 31 years. All 3 had been post-incident classifications: vessels that had already been destroyed, stations that had already collapsed, insureds that had already ceased to exist. The black flag was a retrospective designation. It meant the loss had occurred and the claim was total. He had not, before the Axiom of Dominion file, applied a black flag to an operational vessel. The IIC Board of Directors convened in the station's primary conference space at 0800 Compact Standard Time. 14 directors representing the major Rathani financial houses that had capitalized the consortium across 2,100 years of interstellar underwriting. They sat at a table that was white and long, and surrounded by windows that looked out on the neutron star's accretion disk, which was the one piece of color in the station's exterior, a spiral of ionized matter in deep amber and copper that looked, at this distance, like a painting. Torvon had never found it beautiful. He found it accurate, matter falling inward, predictably, because physics required it to. He presented the Axiom of Dominion assessment summary to the board. The file was 1,400 pages. The summary was 12. He presented from the summary: 51 active citations, 9 Severity 1 designations, 4 active Do Not Occupy orders covering the command bridge, the reactor monitoring gallery, the primary transit corridor serving 22,000 crew, and the secondary egress routes across 13 decks. 0 remediations completed. 0 extension requests submitted. Remediation compliance rate: 0%. Risk classification under the IIC's internal model: Zeta 5, maximum risk, pre-nullification status. At Zeta 5, the IIC's standard premium structure suspended. The actuarial model had concluded the risk was not quantifiable in standard premium terms because the remediation timeline was unknown The citation trajectory was still ascending, and the inspector had demonstrated no indication of stopping. The existing policy remained nominally active with an effective coverage ceiling of 0. The subrogation right under Policy Framework Article 16.3 had been activated, the IIC's legal right to recover all prior claim payments made on behalf of the Axiom of Dominion across its 340 operational years. 12 claims, 847 million compact standard credits in total settlements. Compound interest at 6.2% from each original payment date. Total subrogation demand, 1.34 billion compact standard credits, due and payable. And then Article 14.7. Torvald presented the cross-portfolio contamination analysis without emphasis, because he never used emphasis, because numbers communicated their own weight without assistance from the person reading them aloud. The Vel'Khari Imperial Fleet operated under a single policy umbrella. Policy number VK0001, the oldest active policy in the consortium's portfolio, established in compact year 1247, continuous coverage since that date, 340 vessels in the Third Combined Fleet, 2,300 vessels in the full Imperial Navy, standardized hull templates across 92% of the fleet, which meant the citation profile of the Axiom of Dominion was not a data point about one ship. It was a data point about the design philosophy of an entire navy, built from 3 templates over 4 centuries. The preliminary cross-fleet model, based on the Axiom's citation density and the known template commonalities, projected that if 30% of the fleet carried equivalent violations, a conservative estimate, given that the Axiom's violations were overwhelmingly structural and design-derived rather than maintenance-derived, the total annual insurance cost at Zeta 4 classification would exceed the Vel'Khari Empire's total military budget. If 90% of the fleet carried equivalent violations, which the template analysis suggested was the more probable figure, the total exposure across premium, subrogation, and coverage shortfall liability exceeded 400 billion compact standard credits. The Vel'Khari Empire's annual gross domestic product was 1.2 trillion compact standard credits. A director at the far end of the table asked, "Can we refuse the review? Simply decline to reclassify." Torvald said, "If we ignore verified Severity 1 citations from a recognized HSHC authority, our reinsurers will invoke their own MAC clauses. We would lose our own coverage. The consortium itself would become uninsurable. One human inspector has placed a loaded weapon on the table. The weapon is math. I recommend we not attempt to bluff." The board voted. The vote was unanimous, because the math was the math, and the directors of the Interstellar Indemnity Consortium had been selected across 2,100 years of institutional practice for their ability to follow the math to its conclusion without allowing the destination to affect their willingness to arrive there. The Vel'Khari have been insured by this consortium for 2,100 years, Torvald said before the board formally adjourned. In that time they have filed 340,000 claims. We have paid 94% of them. We have profited handsomely. And now a single human with a measuring device has made them the highest risk client in the history of interstellar underwriting. He said this not as an editorial. He said it as a data point because it was one, and because the board should understand the magnitude of what the math had produced before they left the room, and the decision became permanent in the way that decisions become permanent when institutions make them. The board adjourned. The flag on policy VK0001 remained black. The notification reached the Vel'Khari Imperial Treasury on homeworld Keth Val at 1422, local administrative time. Imperial Treasurer Sathine was in her office when it arrived, a room carved from the volcanic bedrock 40 meters below the surface of a world that had, over its geological history, developed a relationship with permanence by simply outlasting everything that had tried to change it. The walls were basalt, the ceiling was basalt, the desk was a composite of materials chosen for their durability rather than their appearance, and it had been in this room for longer than Sathine had held this office, and would be in this room long after. She read the IIC notification once. Then she set it aside and ran her own analysis, because she had held this office for 40 years and had learned that the correct response to information that seemed catastrophic was to verify it yourself before deciding whether it actually was. It was. The subrogation demand of 1.34 billion compact standard credits would require liquidation of approximately 40% of the Empire's strategic currency reserves. That was survivable as a standalone transaction. The fleet-wide review was not a standalone transaction. If the full Imperial Navy of 2,300 vessels was reclassified to Zeta 4, the annual premium cost exceeded the military budget. The Empire could not pay the premiums, but without coverage, the fleet could not legally transit compact space under Title 22, Section 3.1. The fleet that could not transit compact space could not project force, could not supply its colonies, could not maintain the border presence that had kept the Dreth and the Molvath and a dozen other restless neighbors from testing the edges of what the Empire actually held. And then the bonds. The Empire carried 4.2 trillion compact standard credits in outstanding sovereign debt, held by investors across 147 compact member species. Every bond instrument contained a material adverse change clause with a 2-notch credit downgrade trigger. The MAC clauses had been standard terms in compact sovereign debt for 800 years, included by the Rithani banking houses that structured most interstellar sovereign instruments, because the Rithani had decided, 800 years ago, that sovereign borrowers should face consequences for catastrophic credit deterioration, rather than simply continuing to borrow while their counterparties absorbed the risk. The Vel'Khari had accepted these terms. Every renewal cycle, every new issuance, the MAC clauses were there, and the Vel'Khari had accepted them because their credit rating had never dropped 2 notches in a single assessment event in 800 years of borrowing. And the terms you accept when you believe a trigger is theoretical are different from the terms you would accept if you believed it was real. The Compact Credit Rating Agency's automated monitoring system was already running its assessment algorithms against the IIC's updated classification data. A downgrade of 2 notches would activate the MAC clauses. Bondholders could demand immediate repayment. The Empire did not have 4.2 trillion compact standard credits in liquid assets. The Empire did not have 4.2 trillion in any form. The number was larger than the annual GDP by a factor of 3.5, and the bonds were callable. And the MAC clauses had a trigger, and the trigger had just been approached from the wrong direction. Sathine had financed 7 wars. She had structured sovereign debt instruments during 3 periods of significant economic disruption. She had managed the Treasury through a resource crisis that had required creative accounting and careful political management and 2 years of fiscal discipline that the Admiralty had complained about loudly and continuously until the crisis resolved. She had done all of this without sending an emergency directive to the Admiralty, because the Admiralty outranked the Treasury in military matters, and emergency directives were instruments of last resort that damaged the institutional relationship between financial and military governance in ways that took years to repair. She composed the directive in 11 minutes, which was 7 minutes less than she had spent on any previous major communication in 40 years of service. It was 3 paragraphs. It said, "Cease all confrontation with the human inspector. Begin immediate remediation of cited violations. This is not a recommendation. This is a directive from the Treasury with the authority of the imperial purse." And then, because she had been in this office for 40 years and had learned that the people most likely to ignore what she wrote were the people who most needed to read it carefully, she added one more line. "Admiral, I have held this office for 40 years. I have financed 7 wars. I have never sent an emergency directive to the Admiralty. I am sending one now. The human inspector is not a pest. She is a sovereign debt crisis wearing comfortable shoes." She transmitted it to the Admiralty's secure command address, copied it to the Imperial Council's administrative secretariat, and saved the transmission log with the timestamp, because in 40 years of financial governance, she had learned that the most important document in any disputed decision was the one that proved you had said the correct thing before the incorrect thing happened. The Admiralty received the directive at 1744. Grand Admiral Sevkoth reviewed it at 1831. He consulted with the deputy chiefs of the naval staff. The consensus reached by 2000 hours was that the treasurer's analysis, while technically sound, represented a financial perspective on what was fundamentally a military and political matter, and that the appropriate response to a regulatory incursion of this kind was continued resistance through legal and diplomatic channels rather than capitulation to what amounted to administrative pressure from a junior compact member. The Admiralty had, in 800 years of holding the military affairs portfolio, encountered regulatory disputes before. They had always resolved through political means. The assumption that this one would not was, in the Admiralty's collective judgment, a failure of perspective on the Treasurer's part. They sent Sathine a formal acknowledgement. It thanked her for her analysis and indicated that the Admiralty was managing the situation through appropriate channels. It was 17 lines long and contained the word appropriate 4 times, which was the institutional equivalent of saying the matter was closed. She read the acknowledgement. She saved it to the same file as her directive and the transmission log, because in 40 years she had also learned that the most important document in any disputed decision was the one that proved the other party had been warned. On Station Kellis 9, the Compact Credit Rating Agency's automated monitoring system completed its preliminary assessment of the Vel'Khari Empire's sovereign credit profile at 2317. The system was not a sentient process. It did not understand the Vel'Khari Empire or its history or the 43 systems it administered, or the 184,000 crew aboard its flagship, or the 31 years Torvan had worked in an orbital station above a neutron star, watching the math do what math did when left to its own conclusions. It understood credit risk. It had been built to understand credit risk and nothing else, and it was very good at what it had been built to do. The preliminary assessment produced a credit score adjustment, -3 notches. The MAC clause trigger was 2 notches. The system flagged the adjustment for review and transmission to the CCRA's active monitoring roster. It did not hurry. It did not deliberate. It produced the output that its inputs required and queued it for the next transmission cycle, which ran every 4 hours, which meant the adjustment would reach the bond markets at approximately 0300 the following morning, Compact Standard Time, which was the time at which the fewest number of sentient beings would be in a position to do anything about it. The neutron star continued its rotation, precise to 14 decimal places, patient in the way of things that had never needed to be anything else. Chapter 8, Corrective Action Required. The Admiralty's dismissal of Sathine's directive arrived on the same morning that the Compact Credit Rating Agency's automated transmission reached the bond markets, which meant that the people responsible for the decision to continue resistance were insulated for approximately 6 hours from the financial consequences of having made it. By mid-afternoon, the Imperial Keth had dropped 4.1% against the Compact Standard Credit. By evening, 3 bondholders had filed preliminary acceleration notices under their MACI clauses, not full demands yet, but the procedural precursor to them, the institutional equivalent of standing up from the table before announcing you were leaving. Sathine received each notification and saved it to the same file she had been building since the directive was sent. The file was growing faster than she would have preferred. The financial pressure produced within 48 hours, a compromise that the Admiralty framed as a strategic decision and Sathine recognized as a capitulation to arithmetic. The axiom of Dominion would begin emergency remediation on its 5 most critical Severity 1 citations as a gesture of good faith intended to demonstrate compliance momentum to the IIC and arrest the classification deterioration before it became irreversible. The Admiralty characterized this as a measured tactical response to a regulatory nuisance. Sathine characterized it as starting to bail before verifying the hull was still attached, but she did not say this in any document that would reach the Admiralty's correspondence address. Drethka had been waiting for the order. He had been waiting in his engineering workshop on Deck 34, surrounded by schematics and technical specifications and the 340-page TBIHC remediation guidance package, which he had now read twice in its entirety, and which was, he had concluded with the reluctant precision of an engineer who respected correct documentation, even when it was inconvenient, technically sound throughout. Not easy, not cheap. Not designed with any particular consideration for what the remediation would do to a warship's operational effectiveness. But technically sound, every specification was defensible, every measurement derived from an identifiable and consistent standard. He could not find an error in it. He had been trying to find one for 11 days. He began with citation HSHC 0001, the egress width on Deck 4's main concourse. The corridor was 4.1 meters. The code required 6.8 meters for the occupancy load it served. The deficiency was 2.7 meters, which had to come from somewhere, and the somewhere was the interior hull reinforcement struts that ran along both sides of the concourse between frames 112 and 340. Those struts were load-bearing. They distributed kinetic impact energy laterally across the hull section during combat stress events, broadside weapons impacts, proximity detonations, the kind of structural loading that combat vessels were designed to absorb and continue operating through. Removing them to make room for 2.7 additional meters of corridor width would reduce the Axiom's ability to absorb broadside impacts along the Deck 4 axis by an estimated 18%. He moved to citation HSHC-TF0007. The reactor shielding. 4.2 centimeters of compressed tritonite, current installation. Code minimum, 11.7 centimeters of tritonite equivalent. The additional 7.5 centimeters had to be applied across the full 340-meter length of the monitoring gallery, which required 2,400 metric tons of tritonite. 2,400 metric tons added to a structure that had been designed, balanced, and calibrated with a specific mass distribution produced a shift in the vessel's center of gravity of 0.07%. 0.07% was a number that sounded small until you applied it to a 16.4-kilometer structure whose inertial dampening array had been calibrated to the original mass distribution and would need 6 weeks of full recalibration to accommodate the new one. During those 6 weeks, the Axiom could not execute high-G maneuvers. During a combat engagement, high-G maneuvers were not optional. Citation HSHC-TF00012. Emergency lighting. The code required independent battery-backed illumination at 50 lux minimum in the visible spectrum along all designated egress routes. The Axiom's crew saw in the infrared spectrum. The ship had been built accordingly. No visible spectrum lighting anywhere, because there had been no reason for it. Installing 50 lux visible spectrum emergency lighting across all designated egress routes on all 140 decks required 84,000 light fixtures, 1,200 kilometers of independent wiring routed separately from the main power system as specified in Section 14.9.13 sub C, and 4,800 independent battery banks sized to the code's minimum runtime requirement of 4 hours. The fixtures would be, to every member of the Axiom's crew, useless. They would emit light in a frequency range the Vel'Khari visual system did not process. They would produce heat, consume power from the battery banks, require periodic maintenance, and occupy mounting positions on bulkheads and overhead structures throughout the ship. They would be invisible in the sense that mattered for navigation and invisible in the sense that they would function without producing anything the crew could perceive, except that they would be there, installed, present, compliant. Citation HSHC-TF00019. Fire suppression. Halon X. 7. The compact-approved suppression agent developed under TBIHC contract, non-toxic to all compact member species by the code's definition, which specified that non-toxic meant not causing acute physiological harm, and which had been written with a definitional precision that Drethka recognized, now, as the precision of someone who had anticipated the argument. Halon X's 7 caused 20 to 30 minutes of mucous membrane irritation in Vel'Khari at full discharge concentrations. Irritation was not acute physiological harm under the code's definitions. A Vel'Khari crew member exposed to a full Halon X7 discharge in a closed compartment would experience impaired vision and respiratory discomfort for 20 to 30 minutes. They would not die. They would not sustain permanent injury. They would be, for 20 to 30 minutes, combat ineffective. Drethka set down the specification sheet and looked at his schematics for a long moment in which the engineering workshop's ambient sounds, the ship's structural hum, the atmospheric processors cycling, the faint, distant percussion of the ongoing maintenance work that never entirely stopped on a vessel this size, continued without regard for what he was thinking. He ran the simulation. Full compliance across all 5 priority citations. Egress width widened, shielding added, lighting installed, Halon X, 7 suppression fitted throughout. He applied each remediation to the Axiom's performance model and ran the output numbers. Combat effectiveness, measured across the standard Vel'Khari naval assessment metrics, down 18% from the structural changes, down an additional 11% from the mass and maneuverability effects of the shielding addition, down a projected 40% for 30 minutes following any full Halon X7 discharge event. Human habitability rating, a metric the Vel'Khari performance model did not previously contain, which he had added to the simulation because the remediation guidance package had included it, and because he was, above everything else, an engineer who completed his models, rose from 0.02, which was the rating for an environment lethal to humans within 4 hours, to 0.74, which was the rating for an environment sustainable for extended human deployment with minor accommodations. He looked at the output numbers for a long time. Then he ran a second simulation. Full compliance across all 51 active citations, not just the 5 priority remediations. The numbers extended the pattern. Combat effectiveness continued its decline along the same trajectory. Human habitability continued its rise. He added a third model, one he had not included in the guidance package but which presented itself to him now, with the clarity of something that had been implicit in the data from the beginning, and asked it a single question. If a human crew, equipped with standard Terran environmental suits to accommodate the remaining atmospheric differences, were to board a fully remediated Axiom of Dominion, could they operate it? The model returned. Yes, not at peak efficiency. The controls were designed for Vel'Khari quadrupedal anatomy, and the instrumentation was calibrated to Vel'Khari sensory ranges. But the environment would be survivable. Breathable atmosphere within tolerance. Radiation within legal limits. Visible spectrum lighting functional. Egress routes clear and marked. Fire suppression present and operational. A human boarding party would not need to fight their way through an environmental kill zone. They would step into a space that had been made, citation by citation and remediation by remediation, safe for their occupancy. They could wait. They could simply wait in a compliant vessel for its crew to leave. He looked at his schematics for a long time in which the engineering workshop's ambient sounds continued without regard for what he was thinking. The supply compartment smelled the same as it always did. The cleaning supplies were still in the corner, where they had been since day 31, because Kethovoran had still not issued the order to move them, and at this point, Drethka suspected they might simply remain as a permanent fixture of the command post, a monument to the week the bridge was condemned, and the Admiral had relocated, and not yet fully arrived at an alternative. The tactical displays were operational. The communications officers had developed a working arrangement with the hull sealant palette that involved treating it as a desk surface. The Admiral stood at the primary display with the quality of a being who had made a deliberate decision to treat standing in a storage compartment as a command posture, and who had been maintaining that decision long enough that it had stopped requiring visible effort. Drethka presented his findings. He did it in the order he had worked through them, because that was the order in which the full shape of what he had found had become clear to him, and he wanted the Admiral to arrive at the conclusion the same way he had. Admiral, I can comply with the egress citation. I remove the load-bearing struts, widen the corridor, and reduce our broadside absorption by 18%. I can comply with the shielding citation. I add 2,400 tons of tritonite and spend 6 weeks recalibrating the inertial array. I can comply with the lighting citation. I install 84,000 fixtures in a visual spectrum my crew cannot use. I can comply with the fire suppression citation. I fill the ship with a compound that blinds my crew for 30 minutes if it discharges. I can comply with all of it. And when I'm done, this will no longer be a Vel'Khari warship. It will be a human one with Vel'Khari crew. Kethovoran was quiet for a moment. That was not quite one of his 11-second silences, but had the quality of one forming. His ridges held the flat amber of controlled processing. They're not inspecting us, he said. They're renovating us. Drethka said, Yes, Admiral. That is the correct description of what is happening. Kethovoran said, Can we refuse the specific remediations, comply with some citations and contest the remediation specifications on others? Drethka said, Section 14.9.5 sub C. Partial remediation is assessed as noncompliance unless all cited violations in a designated area are addressed within the approved timeline. You cannot remediate the egress width and skip the shielding and have the IIC treat the area as compliant. The classification only reduces on complete remediation of all violations in the designated zone. Keth Voran asked about contesting the standards themselves, challenging the code as biologically discriminatory, species-specific, adopted without proper process. Solvan, who had been standing near the tactical display with the particular stillness of a lawyer who had already run the analysis and did not enjoy his conclusions, said, "The constitutional challenge will take decades. The penalties will bankrupt us in months." Kethavran said nothing for 11 seconds. His ridges held flat amber and did not move. "Then we take this to the council," he said. "We demand they strip humanity's HSHC authority." Solvan said he would prepare the filing. He said it with the professionalism of someone who would prepare the filing because he was told to, and who did not believe it would succeed, but understood that it needed to be attempted before the record could reflect it had been tried. The council session could be convened within 30 days under Compact Charter Article 88.1, the emergency session provision, if the Vel'Khari could demonstrate existential threat to sovereign governance. They could make that argument. Whether 312 species would accept it was a different calculation, and it was one Solvan had been running since the Dreth filed their inspection request on day 35, and the numbers were not encouraging. In compartment 7 Gamma 14, Voss was reviewing her inspection schedule for the following week. She had received the notification of partial remediation commencement at 1437. The Vel'Khari had filed the required section 14.9.5 sub B remediation initiation notice, which was the formal document that started the clock on the extended compliance timeline. She read the notice. She logged it. She navigated to section 14.9.5 sub D in her code reference and read the text she had read before and would read again when the Vel'Khari discovered what it said. Partial remediation of cited violations shall not reduce the severity classification of any individual citation. Severity classifications may only be reduced upon verification of complete remediation of all cited violations affecting the designated area. The IIC's Zeta 5 classification would hold until every citation in every designated area was fully remediated and verified by reinspection. The partial remediation the Vel'Khari had just initiated, 5 citations out of 51, selected for their financial urgency rather than their completeness, would not move the insurance needle at all. It would cost them the labor and materials and operational disruption of the remediations, and it would produce zero change in their coverage status, their premium status, or their subrogation liability. The 5 citations being remediated were real citations, and the work being done to address them was real work, and she would re-inspect each area when the work was complete and issue a compliance verification if the measurements confirmed the code had been met. That was her job, and she would do it precisely. But the classification would not change. The IIC would not adjust the Zeta 5. The bond markets would not receive a revised risk signal. The Mackey clause trigger would remain where it was. She had not told them this because the code was a public document. Section 14.9.5 sub D was in it. The remediation guidance package she had sent on day 32 had referenced it on page 12. It was not her responsibility to ensure they had read page 12. She set an alarm for 0600 and closed the tablet. The ship hummed around her in its normal register, reactor, atmospheric processors, the structural sound of a vessel that was always, in some compartment, being worked on. Tomorrow was Deck 35, the forward weapons bay access corridors, which the schematic suggested had 4 potential egress citations and a fire suppression gap she wanted to document before the citation count reached 60. It usually did. Chapter 9, the Precedent. The emergency session request was filed under Compact Charter Article 88.1 at 0900 on day 42 by Imperial Legate Theran on behalf of the Vel'Khari Empire. The provision allowed any member species to convene an emergency council session on matters of existential threat to sovereign governance. The Vel'Khari had used it twice in the Compact's 4,000-year history. Once during the Dreth border crisis of Compact Year 2791, and once during the Molvath annexation dispute of Compact Year 3408. Both times the session had produced a council resolution that favored the Vel'Khari, because the Vel'Khari had held military affairs for 800 years, and the council's institutional reflexes had, over time, developed an understanding of what the Vel'Khari considered important. The session convened in 14 days. 312 species in the Vel'Axis station chamber, the same 4-kilometer diameter, the same concentric gallery rings, the same atmospheric barriers and translator crosstalk and ambient noise of 312 distinct biological and technological presences operating simultaneously in a space designed to accommodate all of them. The Vel'Khari delegation was larger than it had been at the admission ceremony. Theron had brought 6 senior diplomatic staff and 2 legal advisors, a configuration that communicated both the seriousness with which the Empire regarded the proceedings and the expectation that the proceedings would be contested. The human delegation was the same size it had been on the day of the admission vote. 4 people: Chen Wei, 2 deputies, and the career bureaucrat from the Ministry of External Affairs who handled administrative filings. Theron presented the Vel'Khari case. He was a senior diplomat who had been in service for 50 years, which meant his presentation was structured, precise, and built on the most defensible version of a position that had several less defensible versions available. He had spent the 14 days since filing the session request preparing this argument with the thoroughness of someone who understood that he would not get a third attempt. He argued 3 points. First, humanity had weaponized a portfolio that the Compact had assigned as a ceremonial administrative function, exploiting the rulemaking provision in a manner that no species had anticipated and no council session had authorized. Second, the codes humanity had been adopted without council debate, without notice to affected member species, and without any process that resembled the consensus-based governance the Compact had practiced for 4,000 years. They had been filed in a regulatory archive that no one monitored, by an institution that had existed for 6 months and had become binding Compact law before any affected party knew they existed. Third, the economic consequences of the enforcement campaign constituted an existential threat to Vel'Khari sovereign governance, the IIC's Zeta-5 classification, the subrogation claims, the bond market consequences, the fleet-wide review, all of it deriving from a single inspector's activity over 42 days. This was not how the Compact's regulatory framework was intended to function. He asked the Council to immediately suspend all HSHC enforcement actions and to convene a process for reassigning the portfolio to a holder that would administer it in accordance with its historical function. It was a good argument. It was accurate in its facts. The codes had been adopted without Council debate. The enforcement had produced economic consequences. The Article 88.1 threshold was genuinely met. Theron had built the best available case, and he had built it correctly. Chen Wei's response was 3 sentences. "Respectfully, Legate," he said, "we didn't turn anything into a weapon. We enforced safety codes. If enforcing safety codes constitutes economic destruction, perhaps the question the Council should ask is, why were your ships so unsafe?" He said it at the measured pace of someone who had prepared 3 sentences, because 3 sentences were sufficient, and additional sentences would only dilute them. Then he sat down. The chamber held a quality of silence that 312 species produced when all of them were processing the same thing simultaneously. It lasted approximately 4 seconds. Then the Dreth Confederacy's ambassador requested recognition. "The Confederacy fully supports the HSHC enforcement regime," the Dreth ambassador said. "We have concerns about the structural integrity of Vel'Khari installations along our shared border. We have filed the appropriate paperwork." The pause before concerns was not accidental. The Dreth had 60 years of border pressure from the Vel'Khari 3rd Combined Fleet and a filing in TBIHC's intake queue that they had been watching develop since day 35. The pause was the sound of a species that had waited 60 years to be able to say what it had just said, and that was being extremely careful not to appear to be enjoying it. The Mulvath Collective spoke next. The Mulvath had lost a territorial dispute to the Vel'Khari 200 years ago, a dispute that had concluded with a treaty the Mulvath signed because they had no military option, and that they had been fulfilling, in the particular way of a species that fulfills an agreement it considers unjust, ever since. Their ambassador announced that the collective was filing HSHC inspection requests for every Vel'Khari installation, in what the Vel'Khari called administered territory, and what the Molvath called occupied space. The requests had been prepared in advance, the ambassador noted, 14 of them. They had been waiting for the appropriate moment. The appropriate moment had taken 200 years to arrive. Their ridges, or the biological equivalent of ridges in their species anatomy, did something that the translator logged as restrained satisfaction. The Rithani Syndicate's representative took the floor. The Rithani did not hold grievances against the Vel'Khari in the political sense. The Rithani held financial positions, which were a different category of concern, and which they managed with considerably more precision. The Syndicate takes no position on regulatory matters, the representative said. We merely note that regulatory uncertainty has costs. Certainty, even uncomfortable certainty, is preferable to chaos. We recommend the Council allow the humans to continue their work. The implication was not subtle and was not intended to be. If HSHC enforcement were suspended, the IIC's risk classification system would face an actuarial ambiguity it was not designed to manage. A recognized regulatory authority whose citations were in an undefined enforcement state, neither active nor void, which would require the IIC to treat all outstanding citations as potential liabilities rather than assessed ones. The resulting premium adjustments would affect every species with vessels currently under HSHC review, which, since the Dreth had filed and the Molvath had filed and 14 other species had filed in the previous 2 weeks, was now a significant portion of the Council's membership. Suspending HSHC enforcement would increase everyone's insurance costs. The Rithani, who operated the IIC and whose financial interests were served by premium stability rather than actuarial chaos, had just told the Council this in the most neutral possible register. The neutrality was itself the message. The math did not take sides, and the math said continue. The Ulvari Consensus requested inspections of Rithani trading vessels suspected of carrying undeclared hazardous materials. The Ulvari had been concerned about this for decades and had lacked the mechanism to act on the concern. The Plivari, watching from their gallery seats with an expression that several observer reports would later describe as the facial equivalent of someone discovering the chair they had been sitting on for 600 years, was worth considerably more than they had paid for it, filed an inspection request against Ulvari orbital habitats with atmospheric containment issues that the Plivari had documented in their own internal records, privately, and never acted on, because acting had required enforcement authority they had possessed and never used. The request was prepared. It had simply been waiting for a world in which filing it made sense. That world had arrived 42 days ago when a shuttle called Compliance 1 dropped out of FTL into the Keth system, and a former OSHA inspector from Gary, Indiana, had picked up a measuring beam and started. The queue was forming. Species with grievances, border disputes, trade rivalries, and long memories had noticed, in the 42 days since Voss boarded the Axiom of Dominion, that there was a mechanism. The mechanism was legal. It was sanctioned. It was in the hands of a species that had demonstrated it would use it correctly, without fabrication and without deviation from the code, which meant the mechanism's outputs would be defensible to the same standard the Axiom's citations were defensible. Every citation Voss had issued had been accurate. Every measurement had been correct. Every code section had been cited correctly. The process had been, from the first entry in Bay 7 Gamma to the present moment with the citation count approaching 60, impeccable. An impeccable process was a usable one. You did not need a fleet to deploy it. You needed a filing and a willingness to wait. Theron asked for the vote. The motion: suspend HSHC enforcement pending portfolio reassignment. 31 in favor, 247 against, 34 abstentions. The 31 were the Vel'Khari and their closest treaty partners, species whose relationships with the Empire were older and more structurally dependent than their interest in using the inspection mechanism against their own rivals. The 247 were everyone else. That category included species that had reservations about human institutional power, species that had no particular opinion about the Vel'Khari either way, and the growing block of species that had already filed inspection requests and had no interest in watching their pending complaints lose their legal teeth 3 days after filing. The coalition was not pro-human, it was self-interested. Self-interest, in Theron's experience, was less reliable than principle in the short term and considerably more reliable in the long one. He understood this as the results were read, and his ridges moved through a sequence the translator logged as diplomatic distress, and that meant something more complicated than that. The specific distress of someone who had built the correct argument, delivered it correctly, and lost anyway because the argument was happening inside a system that had already reorganized itself around a different outcome. Humanity kept the portfolio. Theron gathered his materials with the controlled precision of a diplomat managing the distance between what he was showing and what he was experiencing, and he filed out with his staff through the Vel'Khari atmospheric transition without looking at the human delegation, and the session closed. The chamber began its normal post-session dispersal. 312 species returned to their respective preoccupations, which, for an increasing number of them, now included reviewing what they had filed or intended to file. In the TBIHC field office that had been established in a requisitioned diplomatic suite on Valaxis Station, 3 rooms, 8 desks, a communications array that had been running continuously since day 35 and had not been designed for continuous operation at this volume, Deputy Secretary Okafor stood at the main intake terminal and watched the incoming queue. The first inspection request after the council vote had arrived before the chamber formally adjourned. The second arrived during the dispersal. By the time the last delegate had cleared the atmospheric barriers, there were 14. By end of shift, there were 200. By the following morning, there were 1,200. 1,200 inspection requests, Okafor said, in 72 hours. From 89 species, against 144 targets. Martin, we're going to need a bigger clipboard. He was talking to himself. There was no Martin in the room. Martin was his own name. He used it in the third person when he was processing something large enough that addressing himself as a second party helped him think about it from the outside. He authorized emergency hiring. 200 new inspectors drawn from the same institutions that had built TBIHC's founding staff, OSHA, the EU Health and Safety Executive, Singapore's Ministry of Manpower, Australia's Safe Work Authority, Japan's Ministry of Health, Labour and Welfare, and, because the notification had gone out through channels that reached people Okafor had not anticipated reaching, 14 retired IRS auditors who had seen the phrase interstellar tax implications in a forwarded summary document and had contacted the Geneva office within 48 hours to ask if their credentials were transferable. Their credentials were in federal administrative law, financial documentation, and the particular subspecialty of making a number that was technically accurate produce consequences that were larger than the person who created the number had intended. Okafor took their calls personally. He told them their credentials transferred. All 14 accepted the same day. He sent the operational update to Voss via subspace. She was on the Axiom's Deck 35 at the time, in the forward weapons bay access corridor, measuring the egress width of a secondary access hatch that the structural schematic had flagged as a potential violation. The corridor was 2.6 meters wide. The code minimum was 3.4 meters for a secondary access route serving a compartment with more than 200 regular occupants. The weapons bay had 412. Her tablet chimed with Okafor's update. She read it in 11 seconds. Vote result, queue numbers, emergency hiring authorized. She set the tablet back on the corridor floor beside her measuring beam and looked at the hatch dimensions for a moment. Then she picked up the measuring beam, logged citation HSHC TF0062, and went back to work. The corridor still measured 2.6 meters. The code still required 3.4. The citation was the citation regardless of what had just happened on a space station 2 systems away. She had 14 more decks on the Axiom's forward section to complete before she started the aft engineering spaces. The citation count would reach 70 by the end of the week if the structural data held. In 22 years of field inspection, it usually did, and the Axiom's forward section had given her no particular reason to expect otherwise. The docking queue at Valaxis Station's administrative bay stretched past the outer marker for the first time in the station's operational history. Every vessel in it was carrying a filing. The Dreth shuttle had arrived first. Behind it, an Ulvari administrative courier, a Rathani commercial tender that had been diverted from its scheduled route when its captain received orders from the syndicate's legal affairs division, a Molvath diplomatic vessel, and 14 others whose species names the station's traffic control system was logging in the order they appeared on the approach vector. The line was not aggressive, it was orderly. It was the line you formed when you had paperwork and somewhere to file it, and a reasonable expectation that the filing would be processed correctly by an institution that had demonstrated across 62 citations on one ship across 42 days that it processed things correctly. You did not need a fleet. You needed a building permit. The Galaxy had just learned this, and the Galaxy was acting accordingly, and the queue was going to be considerably longer before it was shorter. Chapter 10. Fleet-wide Review. The TBIHC field office on Vel'Khari Station occupied 3 rooms of a diplomatic suite that had previously been assigned to a minor trading collective whose membership had dropped below the minimum threshold for compact representation 11 years ago, and whose suite had been sitting in the station's administrative inventory ever since, available for reassignment, waiting for a tenant that needed it. The carpets were a deep burgundy that no one had chosen. They had simply been there when the suite was built, and had remained because no one had reassigned them either. The windows looked out on the station's central concourse, where delegations from 312 species moved through the ambient noise of interstellar administration, translator chatter, atmospheric seal cycling, the particular frequency of a space station that was always, in some corridor, routing someone somewhere. Okafor had arrived on Vel'Khari 4 days after the council vote with 12 inspectors, a communications array that the station's infrastructure office had classified as commercial grade, and that he had immediately upgraded to the next tier because the incoming inspection request volume had already exceeded the original array's handling capacity, and 14,000 pages of reference documentation that had been formatted for field use by TBIHC's Geneva technical team and loaded onto every inspector's tablet in a standardized configuration. He had set up desks. He had established filing protocols. He had posted the TBIHC field office designation on the suite's door in compact standard and English, which was a formality but was also, he had decided, the correct formality. Institutions declared themselves by what they put on their doors. The first wave of inspectors arrived in 2 transport groups over 5 days, 40 in total. Former OSHA regional specialists, EUHSE technical officers, Singapore MOM field investigators, and 3 of the 14 retired IRS auditors who had come out of retirement and who had, in their first 48 hours on Vel'Khari Station, already requested access to the IIC's policy database for cross-referencing purposes that Okafor had approved, because the request was procedurally sound, and because people who thought to make that request in their first 48 hours were people he wanted making requests. They gathered in the field office's largest room on the morning of day 51 of the Axiom of Dominion's inspection. The room held 12 desks and 40 people, which meant some of them were standing. The burgundy carpet absorbed the weight of the briefing with the same indifference it had absorbed the previous 11 years of vacancy. Voss conducted the assignment briefing via subspace link from the Axiom, where she was simultaneously managing the ongoing citation work. Her image was steady on the wall display, a small figure in a gray pantsuit with a tablet in one hand, and the Axiom's ambient ship noise audible in the background, reactor hum, atmospheric processors, the structural sound of a vessel that was always somewhere being worked on. "Teams of 2 per vessel," she said. "Start with the reactor compartments. That's where the severity ones live. Standard 72-hour preliminary assessment. Full citation report within 10 days. If a vessel refuses access, note the refusal and move to the next. The refusal auto-triggers maximum severity classification. They'll comply." She said this last sentence with the flat certainty of someone stating a measurement rather than making a prediction. The Vel'Khari would comply because the alternative to compliance was worse than compliance, and they had had 51 days to learn this, and at this point, the lesson was documented. She distributed the assignment list. 40 inspectors, 2 per vessel, starting with the fleet's capital ships, the largest hulls, the highest crew counts, the reactors most likely to be running the same Keth series quantum cascade design as the Axiom, which would produce the same radiation readings in the monitoring gallery, and the same IRH citation that had driven the Axiom's classification from Zeta 4 to Zeta 5 in under a week. Then the fleet tenders. then the orbital installations. The triage was not arbitrary. The capital ships were the policy's highest value insured assets, and the IIC's fleet-wide review would weight them accordingly. The inspectors took their assignments. They had measuring beams, dosimeters, atmospheric analyzers, and tablets. They did not have weapons because the protocol did not include weapons, because CSIP 4 Section 4.2 Sub A covered the personal safety dimension, and because an inspector carrying a weapon was an inspector whose authority derived partly from threat rather than entirely from documentation, which was a different kind of inspector and not the kind TBIHC produced. Their authority was the code. The code did not require backup. The first preliminary results came back on day 54. 60 vessels assessed. Average citation count per vessel, 38, not 38. Severity 3 advisory citations, 38 citations at severity 2 or above, the threshold that triggered automatic IIC notification, the threshold that started the insurance cascade. 94% of the assessed vessels carried at least one Severity 2 violation. 71% carried at least one Severity 1 IRH designation. The inspectors had spread through the Vel'Khari fleet in the systematic pattern that Voss had designed and that reflected 22 years of field experience with large-scale multi-site assessments. Highest priority assets first, parallel teams operating simultaneously, each team self-contained with its own documentation chain so that no single team's findings depended on another's timeline. They arrived at Vel'Khari vessels by shuttle, presented their credentials under CSIP 4 authority, received access, because the Vel'Khari had no legally viable way to refuse it, and began at the reactor compartments, as instructed. The reactor compartments produced the Severity 1 IRH citations that drove the IIC's classification, and getting those citations into the notification system quickly was the operational priority. Everything else could be documented at the standard pace. The teams were efficient in the way of people who had spent their careers in environments where efficiency was the difference between a complete record and an incomplete one. A 72-hour preliminary assessment on a Vel'Khari heavy cruiser produced, on average, a 38-citation preliminary report. The full assessment, all decks, all compartments, all systems, would take longer and produce more. The preliminary reports were sufficient for IIC notification purposes. The IIC did not need the full picture to begin its classification process. It needed the Severity 2+ count, the IRH designations, and the remediation status. The preliminary reports provided all three. The Vel'Khari vessel commanders received the inspectors with the particular variety of cooperation that was not cooperation, but that occupied the same functional space because the alternative was worse. They provided access. They provided documentation. They provided the structural schematics that Section 14.9.2 Sub C required them to provide. They did not obstruct. They also did not assist beyond what was legally required, which was their right, and which Voss had anticipated, and which made no practical difference to the citation count, because the citations were produced by measurements, and the measurements did not require assistance to be accurate. The Vel'Khari built their navy from 3 standardized hull templates. The Axiom of Dominion was an Axiom-class capital ship, the largest of the 3. The second template produced the Keth-class heavy cruiser, which was the backbone of the fleet, 840 vessels out of 2,300. The third produced the Vel-class destroyer, faster and lighter, 712 vessels. All 3 templates had been developed by the same Vel'Khari Imperial Shipyard Design Bureau over a period of 2 centuries. They shared structural geometry, atmospheric network architecture, reactor shielding specifications, and egress corridor dimensions. The violations found on the Axiom were not anomalies in the fleet. They were design features of the templates from which the fleet was built. 38 citations per vessel. 2,300 vessels. The preliminary projection, 87,000 citations across the fleet, of which approximately 63,000 would carry IIC notification requirements, of which approximately 33,000 would carry IRH or equivalent Severity 1 designations. The IIC's processing system would receive notification packets for 3 times the volume of citations it had processed across all member species in the previous decade combined. Torvan, on Station Kellis 9, received the preliminary projection at 1700 on day 55. He reviewed it. He verified the input data. He ran the calculation twice. Then he scheduled an emergency board briefing for the following morning and went home because there was nothing he could do about the calculation between now and morning, and because the mechanical calculators on his desk would continue their clicking regardless of whether he was present to hear them, and because some numbers were the size they were, and the only response available was to note the size accurately and act accordingly. On homeworld Kethval, Grand Admiral Sevkoth of the Imperial Navy received the preliminary fleet assessment data at the same time the IIC received its projection. His briefing came from Fleet Admiral Keth Voren, who had been receiving reports from his vessel commanders as each inspection team arrived, and who presented the summary in the flat, controlled register of an officer who had spent 51 days in a supply closet developing a vocabulary for information he did not want to deliver. The data was consistent. Every vessel that had been assessed showed the same citation profile as the Axiom, scaled to the vessel's size and crew count. The Keth-class heavy cruisers were running reactor shielding at the same 4.2 centimeter specification as the Axiom, because it was the same specification from the same design bureau applied to the same reactor class. The Vel-class destroyers had the same egress corridor dimensions because they had been built to the same template's dimensional standards, optimized for Vel'Khari operational efficiency and not for a safety code that had not existed when they were designed. The Halon X7 fire suppression gap was universal. The visible spectrum lighting gap was universal. The handrail gap was, with a thoroughness that Keth Voren had stopped finding surprising, universal. Sevkoth had convened the Imperial War Council and the Imperial Treasury for 2 joint sessions since the Council vote. He had, in those sessions, begun to understand what Sathine had been telling him from the beginning. The understanding had arrived too slowly and at too high a cost, which was a form of strategic failure he had not previously experienced in 40 years of command. He had built a career on identifying threats correctly and responding to them correctly. He had not identified this one correctly. He had seen a junior species with a regulatory portfolio and assigned it to the category of things that could be managed through political channels, which was the category where it appeared to belong, and the category had been wrong. He said, "We are the Vel'Khari Empire. We have conquered 40 systems. We will not be destroyed by building inspectors." Sathine, who was present at the briefing because Sevkoth had finally stopped holding sessions without her, said, "Grand Admiral, they are not destroying us. They are auditing us. The destruction is a consequence of the findings, and the findings are comprehensive." The pause before comprehensive was the pause of someone selecting a word that was accurate and that communicated more than its dictionary definition. The findings were comprehensive in the sense that they were complete, thorough, and professionally documented across every hull template and reactor class in the fleet. They were also comprehensive in the sense that they derived from design standards that had not changed in 2 centuries and would not produce different results on any unassessed vessel than they had produced on the 60 already assessed. The audit was not discovering problems that might not exist elsewhere. It was confirming problems that existed everywhere, because everywhere was built from the same 3 templates, and the templates had been built before the code existed, and the code did not make exceptions for things that had been built before it. Sevkoth asked what options remained. Sathine had prepared a document. It was 3 pages. The options section was 1 paragraph, because there were not many options, and each of them had problems that the other sections of the document addressed in detail. The options were full remediation, which would require financing at a scale. The Empire's current credit position could not support without external debt at rates the markets would currently set above any historically precedented sovereign borrowing cost. Partial remediation, which would not reduce the IIC's risk classification under Section 14.9.5 sub D, and would therefore cost the labor and materials without producing the insurance or financial benefit. Refusal, which would trigger maximum severity automatic classification across all assessed vessels and accelerate the financial cascade rather than slowing it. Or negotiation with TBIHC for a structured remediation framework, which was the option that Sathine's document described in the most detail because it was the only one that produced a path through rather than a path further in. Sevkoth read the document. He read the options paragraph twice, then a third time. His ridges held flat amber throughout, which Keth Varan, watching from his position at the briefing table, recognized as the color the Admiral used when he had arrived at a conclusion he had not wanted to arrive at and was deciding how long to occupy the space between arriving and acknowledging it out loud. He had worn that color in the supply compartment on many occasions. Keith Voran had learned, in 51 days of commanding from a storage room, that the amber eventually resolved. It just took the time it took. On the Axiom of Dominion, in Compartment 7 Gamma 14, Voss reviewed the first week of fleet assessment data before the end of her shift. 60 vessels, 38 citations average. The citation profile consistent with what the template analysis had predicted. She had expected this. She had modeled it in the 6 months before deployment, using the Vel'Khari shipbuilding records that were part of the Compact's public registration database, cross-referenced against the hull template specifications that the Imperial Shipyard had filed with the Compact's vessel registry 40 years ago when the current template series was introduced. The data confirmed the model. The model had not been optimistic or pessimistic. It had been a model, which meant it had been as accurate as the inputs allowed, and the inputs had been accurate. The preliminary data would inform the IIC's fleet-wide risk model, which would update the classification projections, which would reach the Compact Credit Rating Agency's monitoring system, which would update the sovereign credit assessment. The cascade was running in the automated channels where it always ran, without requiring direction or oversight from anyone in TBIHC. She had filed the data. The data was doing what data did when you put it in a system designed to process it. She set an alarm for 0600. The Axiom's aft engineering section remained to be completed. Citation count currently at 68. The forward section had yielded 6 more than the preliminary schematic had projected, which happened sometimes and which was why you always measured in person, rather than relying on the drawings. The drawings were usually right. Usually. Chapter 11. The Retrofit Trap. Imperial Shipyard Keth 7 occupied a stable orbit 1.4 million kilometers above homeworld Keth Val, in the gravitational shadow of the planet's outer moon, where the orbital mechanics were predictable and the distance from the planet's surface provided the buffer that shipyard operations of this scale required. It was the largest dry dock facility in the Vel'Khari Empire. 8 construction bays capable of handling Axiom-class capital ships simultaneously, 42 maintenance berths for smaller vessels, a workforce of 62,000 engineers, fabricators, and technical specialists who had spent careers building and maintaining the fleet that made the Empire what it was. The facility ran at 100% capacity as a matter of operational pride. It had run at 100% capacity for 11 years without interruption. It was now running at 300% capacity, and the difference was audible. The construction bays that had been dedicated to new vessel construction had been converted to remediation work. The 42 maintenance berths were full. An emergency overflow protocol had been established in the outer orbital zone, where vessels that could not dock were anchored on tethers, while fabrication teams transported to them by shuttle. The soundscape of the facility, which had always been a particular composition of industrial processes, the rhythmic percussion of hull work, the deep cycling of atmospheric systems, the radio chatter of a coordinated multi-bay operation, had acquired a new quality in the past 3 weeks. Urgency, not panic, not chaos, but the elevated pitch of a system operating beyond its design parameters and aware of the fact. Sub-engineer Vel'Khari was in the primary structural analysis suite on Bay 1's upper level, which had a viewport that looked out over the main construction floor and which she had chosen as her workspace not for the view but for the processing terminals, which were the most powerful in the facility, and which she needed for the simulation she had been running for 6 days. She was one of Drethka's protégés. He had brought her onto the Axiom's technical staff 3 years ago after reviewing her doctoral work on inertial compensation modeling, which had been the most rigorous analysis he had seen from a new engineer in a decade. She was methodical in the way of someone who had learned early that methodology was the difference between a finding that held and a finding that fell apart under scrutiny. She did not release conclusions she had not tested from multiple angles. She had tested this one from 7. The mandate had come from the Admiralty through Drethka, Model the full compliance impact across the 200 priority vessels currently in emergency remediation at Keth 7 and the 3 satellite yards. Determine the fleet's post-remediation combat effectiveness profile. Determine the timeline. Determine the cost. Produce a document the War Council could use for operational planning. Drethka had given her the mandate and not given her a deadline, which was the way he assigned work he considered important. No deadline meant finish it correctly, not finish it quickly. She had been running the simulation for 6 days. Not because the calculation was slow, but because she had found her first result suspicious and had rebuilt the model from its input assumptions before trusting the output. Then she had found her second result consistent with her first and had rebuilt it again using different base data, pulling the hull specifications from the Compact's vessel registration database rather than from the Imperial Shipyard's internal design archive to rule out any systematic error in the in-house data. The third run matched the second. The 4th through 7th runs, varying the input assumptions in different directions to test the sensitivity of the output, produced a range that was narrow enough that the central estimate was reliable. She had produced the document. The combat effectiveness section was the one she had tested 7 times, because it was the section with the findings she had not expected and that she needed to be certain about before she attached her name to it. Full compliance across 200 priority vessels, applying all cited remediations. Egress corridors widened to code minimum, structural reinforcement struts removed where necessary, reactor shielding brought to 11.7 centimeters Tritonite equivalent across all monitoring galleries, mass additions recalibrated through inertial dampening arrays, visible spectrum emergency lighting installed across all designated egress routes on all decks. Halon X7 fire suppression fitted throughout. The output metrics. Average combat effectiveness reduction, 34%. Derived from the structural changes reducing broadside impact absorption, the mass additions reducing maneuverability, and the Halon X7 discharge scenario reducing crew combat readiness by 40% for the 30-minute post-discharge window. The number was not a projection with significant uncertainty. It was a calculation with a narrow confidence interval, tested against the performance models of each hull type individually and then aggregated, 34%. Human habitability rating improvement, from 0.02, lethal to human occupants within 4 hours of boarding, to 0.71, sustainable for extended human deployment with minor accommodations. The accommodations being environmental suit for atmospheric composition differences, which were minor, and familiarity with Vel'Khari control interfaces, which were designed for quadrupedal anatomy, but which a bipedal operator with training could learn. She had sourced publicly available documentation on human ergonomic adaptation for this portion of the model. The documentation existed. It had been published by human engineering institutions as part of their compact registration materials. It was thorough. She had run the third model because the first 2 made the third model an obvious question, and she was the kind of engineer who ran the obvious question rather than deciding not to. If a human crew boarded a fully remediated Vel'Khari capital ship, equipped with standard-issue TBIHC environmental suits, which were available commercially and which any human institution could procure, could they operate it? The model returned. Yes, not at peak efficiency, but operationally. The environment would not kill them. The egress routes would accommodate them. The lighting would serve them. The fire suppression would protect them. The radiation would be within their legal limits. The ship would be, by every metric the new code specified, safe for human occupancy. It would be, in the most precise engineering sense of the word, a human-compatible vessel with Vel'Khari controls. She had reviewed the model output for a long time before she presented it to Drethka. She was 29 years old and had worked in naval engineering for 7 years, and she understood, with the clarity that comes from running a calculation 7 times and getting the same answer each time, that she was looking at something that would not be described accurately as a finding. It would be described as a conclusion, and the conclusion was not about engineering tolerances. Chief Architect, she said, I've modeled full compliance across the priority fleet. The ships will meet code. They will also be 34% less effective in combat and fully operable by human crews. I believe this is intentional. Drethka was standing at his own terminal, reviewing the structural analysis for the Deck 4 remediation work that was currently underway on the Axiom. He had been standing at that terminal for most of the previous 2 weeks. He looked at her output display for 11 seconds before he spoke. "The humans wrote the codes," he said. "Of course it's intentional. The question is whether the Admiralty understands that compliance is not a concession. It's a conversion." He said this with the quality of an engineer who had reached a conclusion he wished were wrong, and who had moved past wishing and into the territory of simply knowing. He had known it since the day in his workshop on Deck 34, when the simulation results had shown him the human operability number. He had reported it to Kethivoran. Kethivoran had reported it upward. The Admiralty had classified the analysis and continued the remediation, because the financial alternative was worse. They were converting the fleet to human-compatible specifications because the financial consequences of not converting it were more immediate than the strategic consequences of completing the conversion. This was a choice made under duress, and it was the only rational choice available given the duress, which did not make it less of a conversion. Drethka told Vel'Khari her analysis was correct, and to submit it to the War Council briefing package under his counter-signature. She submitted it. The briefing package reached Sevkoth's staff at 0900 the following morning, and the War Council convened that afternoon in the Imperial Military Command Center on Kethval, a room built from the same volcanic basalt as Satheen's treasury office, because Kethval was a world that expressed its values in its geology, and its values were durability and mass, and the particular permanence of things that had been there before you arrived and would be thereafter. Sevkoth reviewed Vel'Khari's analysis. He reviewed the 34% combat effectiveness reduction and the 0.71 human habitability number and the human operability conclusion. And then he looked at Satheen and at the War Council and at the data the past 60 days had assembled into a shape that had been visible from some angles since Voss first stepped off the shuttle in Bay 7 Gamma and had only become fully legible now. He said, "We comply at 60%. We hold. We wait for the tribunal." Solvan, who was present because the legal dimension of the tribunal strategy was the War Council's remaining active option, said, "The constitutional challenge was filed 60 days ago. The tribunal's standard processing timeline for a challenge of this scope is 22 to 40 years, during which all citations remain active, all penalties accrue, and the fleet-wide review continues." Sevkoth said, 60% compliance reduces our financial exposure to a manageable level. We sustain the penalties on the remaining citations. We hold the line for 4 years, our strategic reserve depletion timeline at the partial compliance cost rate. In 4 years, the constitutional challenge may reach a preliminary ruling stage. Political conditions may change. Options may open. Satheen said, 60% compliance costs 340 billion compact standard credits per year in outstanding penalties, elevated premiums, and subrogation service. Our strategic reserves sustain that for approximately 4 years before depletion. You are describing a 4-year window in which we spend 340 billion annually and hope the tribunal produces a favorable preliminary ruling on a timeline that has never in its history produced one in under 15 years on a case of this complexity. You are also describing a 4-year window during which the IIC's fleet-wide review continues, during which the CCRA's monitoring system continues to assess our credit position against the outstanding citation data, and during which the 60% we have not remediated continues to generate the same automated notifications and classification impacts as if we had remediated nothing. Section 14.9.5. Sub D does not distinguish between strategic partial compliance and incapacity. It treats both as non-compliance. The Zeta 5 classification holds. The subrogation claims continue. The bond market continues to price us at the credit level of an entity whose primary asset, the fleet, is operating under the most severe insurance classification in the consortium's 2,100-year history, Sevkoth said. And if the tribunal takes 30 years, or rules against us? He asked this as a question directed at Solvan. It was the question the room had been holding since the briefing package arrived, the question that the 340 billion per year number made unavoidable. Solvan said, "Then we will have spent the reserves, and the challenge will have failed, and our available options will be fewer than they are today. Sevkoth said, "Then we will deal with that when it comes." The Empire does not surrender to paperwork. Sathine did not respond. She wrote a note on her tablet that she did not share with the room, which she filed in the same document as the emergency directive and the Admiralty's acknowledgement and the transmission log and the bond acceleration notices that were now arriving at a rate of 3 to 4 per week. The document was organized chronologically and was growing with the same patient accumulation as the citation count on the axiom of dominion. Steadily, without drama, one entry at a time. She had been filing things into it for 60 days. She would continue filing things into it until the situation resolved, because the situation would resolve, and when it did, the document would provide a complete record of how it had reached that resolution and who had said what and when, and that record would matter in ways she could not yet fully specify, but that 40 years of institutional experience told her would be significant. The War Council adjourned. 60% compliance remained the official strategy. In Compartment 7 Gamma 14, at 2200 hours on the same day, Voss received the fleet-wide operational update from TBIHC Geneva and read the Vel'Khari partial compliance strategy summary that Okafor had included as an attachment. She read it in 40 seconds. The strategy was internally coherent, she noted. 60% remediation, sustained penalties, tribunal timeline. It was the rational choice available to an entity that had not yet fully processed Section 14.9.5 Sub-D's implications for their classification strategy. It was the choice she had anticipated when she had drafted Sub-D, because Sub-D had been drafted specifically for the scenario where a sophisticated respondent attempted to optimize their remediation spend against their insurance classification. The provision had existed in her draft from the first month in Geneva. She had reviewed it 11 times in the drafting process and 3 times after adoption to confirm the language was airtight. It was airtight. The language was what it said. She opened her code reference and navigated to Section 14.9.5 Sub-D, which she had read before, and which she read again because she read it every time it became relevant. Partial remediation of cited violations shall not reduce the severity classification of any individual citation. Severity classifications may only be reduced upon verification of complete remediation of all cited violations affecting the designated area. She closed the tablet. "They'll figure it out in about 3 months," she said to the empty compartment. The ship hummed around her. The reactor 43 decks below, running its continuous 4.7 exawatt output behind shielding that was 4.2 centimeters thick, and that was, for the moment, still 4.2 centimeters thick because the reactor gallery remediation was on the priority list and had not yet been completed. That citation remained active. Its classification remained Severity 1. The IIC's risk model still reflected it. The insurance cascade was still running. 340 billion compact standard credits per year was still the rate, and the rate would remain the rate until the classification changed. And the classification would not change until every citation in every designated area was fully remediated, and that was not going to happen in the 4-year window Sevkoth had described. She set an alarm for 0600. The aft engineering section had 18 more compartments. The citation count would clear 80 before the week was out. Chapter 12. The Emergency Council Session. Compact Charter Amendment Proposal. 2247A was filed by Imperial Legate Theran on behalf of the Vel'Khari Empire at 0800 on day 79. 60 days after the first council vote had failed to strip humanity's HSHC authority, and 19 days after the War Council on Kethval had adopted the 60% compliance strategy that Sathine had documented in her growing file without comment. The amendment was 1 page. It was elegantly drafted. Theran had spent 3 weeks on it, and the 3 weeks showed. The amendment read, "All regulatory standards adopted under any compact administrative portfolio shall require ratification by a 2/3 majority of the Council before entering into force. No exemptions by portfolio type, no grandfather provisions for previously adopted standards. Universal application, retroactive to all standards currently in force that had not been ratified by Council vote." It did not name the HSHC portfolio. It did not name humanity. It did not reference the axiom of dominion, or the citation cascade, or the insurance nullification that had been processing through the IIC systems for the previous 30 days, or the bond acceleration notices, or the CCRA downgrade, or the supply closet on Deck 22 from which the 3rd Combined Fleet had been commanded for 60 days. It targeted the mechanism, the unchecked rulemaking authority that Section 1.3 Sub B of Title 14 had granted to portfolio holders without council oversight, and it targeted it in language that was procedurally neutral and constitutionally defensible, and that would, if adopted, make it impossible for any portfolio holder to do what humanity had done without a full council ratification process first. The language was clean. The instrument was precise. Theron had spent 3 weeks on a single page, and the investment showed. It was, Sylvan had told Theron when he reviewed the draft, the best available legal instrument remaining to them. The first council vote had failed because other species wanted to use the inspection mechanism. A direct attempt to strip HSHC authority would fail for the same reason, because the reasons had not changed. But a procedural reform that applied to all portfolios equally, that required council oversight of all regulatory rulemaking, including rulemaking by the Vel'Khari's own military affairs portfolio, whose 800-year history of unchecked fleet deployment standards Sylvan had identified as the amendment's principal vulnerability, was harder to vote against on purely self-interested grounds, because it could be framed as a matter of principle, rather than a matter of protecting one species from consequences it had earned through its own compliance failures. Theron understood that the framing was the argument. He had built the framing carefully. The council convened for the amendment debate on day 86. 312 species. The same chamber, the same atmospheric tiers, the same ambient composition of a space designed to hold every known form of interstellar life simultaneously, and to allow them to argue with each other in a controlled and theoretically productive way. Theron had requested 40 minutes for the opening presentation. The council arbiter had granted 30. He used 28 of them precisely. This amendment is not about one species, Theron said. It is about the principle that no civilization should be subject to regulations it did not consent to. He built the argument from first principles. The Compact's legitimacy derived from the consent of its member species. Consent required participation in the decisions that produced binding obligations, and the current framework allowed any portfolio holder to create binding obligations affecting all 312 members without a single vote from any of them. The HSHC situation was the most visible example of this structural flaw, but the flaw was not unique to HSHC. It was a feature of the portfolio system itself, a feature that had existed for 4,000 years without producing consequences significant enough to address, until it produced consequences significant enough that 312 species were now in a chamber debating whether to address it. The amendment corrected the flaw without targeting any specific portfolio or any specific species. It restored to the Council the oversight authority that the Council had never intended to waive, and that the Council's own legitimacy, under the consent doctrine, required. It was a good argument. The Chamber gave it the quality of attention that good arguments receive from beings who have been doing politics long enough to recognize craftsmanship and to separate the quality of the argument from the assessment of whether the argument will succeed. Chen Wei requested recognition. The Council arbiter granted it.
The legate raises an excellent point about consent, Chen Wei said. We note that the Vel'Khari's military affairs portfolio has imposed fleet deployment standards on 200 species without a council vote for the past 800 years. We assume the legate's amendment would apply retroactively to those as well.
The Chamber produced the particular silence of 312 delegations processing the same implication simultaneously. It lasted 6 seconds. 6 seconds was a long time in a space where the ambient noise level of 312 atmospheric environments never fully reached zero. The silence meant something specific. It meant that a significant number of beings had just updated their assessment of whether this argument would succeed. Theron did not have a response. He had prepared responses to 17 anticipated counter-arguments. Chen Wei's was not among them, not because Theron had failed to anticipate it, but because there was no response available that did not either concede the military affairs point, which would require the Vel'Khari to submit 800 years of fleet deployment standards to retroactive council ratification, or retreat from the universal application principle that the amendment's entire framing depended on. The argument was a closed system. Entering it from the military affairs angle produced no exit. The back channels activated before Theron had fully processed his absence of response. In the Dreth Confederacy's gallery, the ambassador leaned toward her senior attaché and spoke at a volume calibrated for 1. The translation reached the attaché's earpiece at the same volume. If this amendment passes, our border complaint dies. Vote against. Quietly. The Dreth had a pending HSHC inspection request for Vel'Khari border installations that had been in TBIHC's processing queue since day 35. The request was based on the same regulatory authority that Amendment 2247A would subject to retroactive ratification requirements. If the amendment passed, the legal basis for the pending request would be in procedural suspension pending a council vote that the Vel'Khari would oppose, and that might not achieve the required 2/3 threshold. The Dreth complaint would stall. 60 years of border pressure unaddressed for another decade while the ratification process ran. The Dreth were not the only species doing this arithmetic. The Molvath had filed 14 inspection requests, all pending. The Ulvari had a complaint against Rithani trading vessels in the queue. The Plivari had their Ulvari habitat request, which had been sitting in TBIHC intake for 44 days awaiting assignment. 23 other species had filed between day 42 and day 79, drawn by the same realization that had filled the docking queue at Valaxis Station. The mechanism worked, it was available, and it cost nothing to use except the filing fee and the patience to wait. All 23 of those requests depended on the same regulatory authority that the amendment targeted. All 23 species were now in the chamber, listening to a debate about whether that authority should be retroactively subjected to ratification requirements, doing the same calculation the Dreth ambassador had done in 30 seconds. Principle versus queue position. The amendment was asking species to vote for a principle that would cost them a practical benefit they had acquired in the previous 37 days. Principles were important. The inspection queue was immediate. In a chamber of 312 species with competing interests, immediacy usually won. The Rithani Syndicate's representative filed a formal statement rather than requesting floor time. The statement said the syndicate had no position on the amendment's merits, but noted that retroactive application of a ratification requirement to the HSHC codes would create actuarial uncertainty regarding the validity of all outstanding HSHC citations, which would require the IIC to suspend its active risk classifications pending legal clarification, which would affect premium structures across all insured species with active citation files, which was now a significant portion of the Council's membership. The statement was 3 paragraphs. The second paragraph contained the word uncertainty 4 times. The Rithani considered uncertainty the most expensive condition in any financial system, and they had just described it in the most neutral possible language to 312 species that were currently insured through the Rithani-operated IIC. Suspending the citation validity would not help the Vel'Khari. It would increase premiums for everyone while the legal question was adjudicated. The Rithani had communicated this without saying it. The debate ran for 4 hours. Theron spoke again at the 2-hour mark, responding to questions from the Ulvari consensus regarding the retroactive application mechanism, which he addressed with the precision of someone who had anticipated the question and whose answer was technically correct and strategically irrelevant, because the Ulvari had already done the inspection queue arithmetic, and the answer did not change it. 3 Vel'Khari treaty partners spoke in support. Species whose relationships with the Empire predated the HSHC crisis and whose institutional loyalty ran deeper than their interest in the inspection mechanism, which was genuine loyalty and deserved acknowledgement as such. 2 minor species spoke against, citing the Rithani statement's actuarial uncertainty point in their own language. The arguments on both sides were procedurally sound and legally coherent, and landed in a chamber that had reorganized its political geometry around the inspection queue in the 86 days since the first vote. The reorganization held. The vote on Amendment 2247A, 89 in favor, 191 against, 32 abstentions. Closer than the first vote, which had been 31 to 247. The Vel'Khari had picked up 58 additional votes by framing the argument as principle rather than self-interest, which was a genuine achievement of diplomatic craft from Theran and his team across 44 days of preparation. It was not enough. The gap between 89 and the required two-thirds threshold of 208 was a gap that no available instrument could close, because the instrument that could close it, stripping other species of their pending inspection requests, was not an instrument the Vel'Khari could offer. The inspection queue belonged to the species that had filed into it. It could not be negotiated away by the species they had filed against. Theran filed out of the chamber through the Vel'Khari atmospheric transition for the second time in 60 days. He did not look at the human delegation as he passed. He had stopped looking at the human delegation after the first vote, which had been the correct professional adjustment. Looking at the human delegation produced no useful information and consumed attention he needed for the work that remained. They were 4 people who had given a 3-sentence response to 30 minutes of careful argument and had let the chamber do the rest, which was not a rhetorical style he admired, but which was, he had concluded, extremely effective in a system designed the way the Compact's council was designed. The system rewarded whoever had structured the incentives correctly before the session began. The humans had structured the incentives correctly before the first session. They had not needed to restructure them for the second. That was, he had decided in the 44 days between the first vote and today's, the most important thing he had understood about how they operated. They did not argue. They built systems that argued for them. The regulatory codes were a system. The IIC's automated cascade was a system. The inspection queue was a system. The queue had become, in 37 days, a system that 312 species were using in their own interest, which meant 312 species had an interest in the system continuing to function, which meant 312 species would vote against any amendment that threatened its function. Theran had tried to attack the system with a principle. The principle had received 89 votes. The system had received 223. He had spent 50 years in compact diplomacy. He had not, in 50 years, encountered a species that had built this particular kind of trap. He was not certain it was possible to describe what they had done as a trap, because a trap implied intent to enclose, and what they had done was closer to creating conditions in which everyone else enclosed themselves voluntarily in exchange for access to the mechanism inside. He could not think of the correct word for this in Vel'Khari. He suspected the correct word might be in English. Sulvan was waiting in the corridor outside the atmospheric transition. He had the expression of a lawyer who had reviewed the available instruments, confirmed they were exhausted, and was now required to communicate this fact to his client with the professional composure that the situation warranted and that he had been maintaining for 86 days. The constitutional challenge remains active, he said, 22 to 40 years. Theran said he was aware. He asked Sulvan to contact Sathine's office and inform her that the diplomatic and legal channels were closed and that the negotiation path she had been recommending for 60 days was now the only path available. Sulvan said he would make the contact. He did not ask when. Theran did not tell him to do it quickly. There was no version of quickly that changed what the negotiation path involved, and Theran was a diplomat who had spent 50 years learning that the time between the decision and its execution was sometimes the only time left in which understanding was still possible, and he intended to use it. On the axiom of dominion, in the aft engineering section on Deck 41, Voss was measuring the clearance of a maintenance access panel that the structural schematic had flagged as a potential egress violation. The compartment was warm. The aft engineering section ran adjacent to the waste heat exchange channels for the port weapons array, and the thermal management was not quite adequate by the standards the code would eventually require her to cite, though the temperature citation was a Severity 3 advisory, and not one she was prioritizing today. The clearance was 1.1 meters. The code minimum for a maintenance access route designated as a secondary egress path was 1.6 meters. She logged citation HSHCTF0083, added it to the day's field report, and moved to the next compartment on the inspection schedule. The citation count was 83. The aft engineering section had 9 compartments remaining. The council had voted. The inspection continued. Chapter 13, Insurance Nullification. The Interstellar Indemnity Consortium's Board of Directors had convened emergency sessions 11 times in its 2,100-year operational history. 3 of those sessions had involved total loss determinations on individual vessels. 2 had involved policy restructurings following natural disasters that had made entire star systems temporarily uninhabitable. 1 had involved the only previous instance of full policy nullification in the consortium's history, which had been applied to a minor trading collective that had accumulated fraud findings across 40 vessels and had ultimately ceased to exist as a political entity within a decade of the determination. The remaining 5 had involved the kind of actuarial emergencies that sounded dramatic in summary and were resolved through premium model recalibration without producing consequences that any non-specialist would recognize as significant. The 12th emergency session convened at 0700 Compact Standard Time on Kellis 9. 14 directors representing the major Rathani financial houses that had capitalized the consortium across those 2,100 years. The white walls, the white table, the mechanical calculators at each director's station, clicking through their ongoing background calculations in the rhythmic way they always clicked, indifferent to the agenda. The accretion disk outside the windows in its deep amber spiral, patient and indifferent and governed entirely by physics that had no awareness of what was happening in the room beside it. Torvon presented the completed fleet-wide review. He had been preparing the presentation for 3 weeks, assembling data as it arrived from the inspection team's preliminary reports, running the cross-fleet models, verifying the subrogation calculations, and checking the remediation compliance figures each time a new batch of notification data came through. The preparation had been thorough, because thorough preparation was the standard, and because these particular numbers required a standard above the standard. When you presented numbers that terminated a 2,100-year relationship, you were certain of them. 2,300 vessels assessed. 2,147, 93.3% of the fleet, carried at least one Severity 2+ citation. 1,684, 73.2%, carried at least one Severity 1 immediate radiological hazard designation. Fleet-wide remediation compliance, 11%, representing the partial remediation work initiated on priority vessels following the Admiralty's gesture of good faith authorization, which had not produced any change in individual vessel severity classifications under Section 14.9.5 sub-D, and had therefore not affected the fleet's risk classification in any direction the IIC's model could recognize. 0 vessels had passed re-inspection and received compliance verification. The effective remediation rate for insurance classification purposes was 0. Total outstanding subrogation claims across the fleet's operational history: 12.4 billion compact standard credits, calculated at compound interest from each original payment date at the rates applicable to the policy in effect at time of each claim. The calculation had taken 17 days to complete because the policy had been active for 2,100 years, and some of the earlier claims required historical currency conversion modeling that the consortium's archive systems had not been asked to perform in several centuries. The number was accurate. Torvon had verified it 4 times. At current compliance status, the fleet's aggregate risk classification was Zeta 5. Under IIC Charter Article 22.1, when an insured fleet's aggregate risk classification reached Zeta 5 with remediation compliance below 40%, the board was authorized to invoke full policy nullification, termination of all coverage, effective immediately, with no reinstatement except through a new underwriting process, subject to full compliance verification of all cited violations on all affected vessels. The threshold was met. The authority was available. The board needed to vote. The Vel'Khari Empire has been our client for 2,100 years, Torvon said, before the vote was called. In that time, we have paid claims, collected premiums, and maintained a productive relationship. Today, we terminate that relationship, not because of any change in our business model, but because the Vel'Khari fleet is, by any actuarial standard, a catastrophic risk. The math is clear. The vote should be equally so. He said this not as argument. He had no argument to make. The numbers made the argument, and he had presented the numbers. He said it because 2,100 years was a significant duration, and because the board should understand, before the vote, that the significance of the duration was not a reason to alter the conclusion the numbers required. Longevity was not a substitute for compliance. The IIC had survived 2,100 years precisely because it had not allowed the weight of existing relationships to override the weight of actuarial mathematics. The vote was unanimous. There were 14 directors, and the vote was unanimous, which meant it was not close and had not required persuasion and would not be subject to any revisitation on the grounds that the margin had been narrow. The Vel'Khari Imperial Fleet Policy, account number VK0001, active since Compact Year 1247, was terminated effective 0942, Compact Standard Time, Kellis 9 Station Clock. Torvon transmitted the notification to the standard distribution list. The insured party's registered contact address at the Vel'Khari Imperial Admiralty, the Vel'Khari Imperial Treasury, the Compact's Vessel Registration Bureau, the TBIHC Field Office on Valaxis Station, and the Compact Credit Rating Agency's automated monitoring system. The transmission took 4 seconds. The notification propagated through the Compact's administrative network at the speed the network propagated things, which was fast, which meant that by the time the board formally adjourned, the information was already moving toward every party that needed to receive it, and several that had simply been watching. Sathine received the nullification notice at 1422 on Keth Val. She was in the basalt office when it arrived, the underground room that had outlasted every previous occupant and would outlast her, 40 meters of volcanic bedrock between her desk and the surface. Walls that had been there before the Vel'Khari Empire existed in its current form and would be there after whatever was going to happen had happened. She had, in the past weeks, found herself aware of this in a way she had not been before. The office's permanence had always been professional context. The Treasury dealt in long time scales, and the architecture communicated that. Now it felt like a different kind of statement. The rock does not care. The rock will remain. It has no opinion about what you do between now and when it outlasts you. She read the notification. She set it beside her tablet. She ran her analysis not because she needed to run it. She had been running it continuously since the first IIC notification arrived weeks ago, but because running it was the professional reflex that 40 years in this office had made as automatic as breathing. And professional reflexes were, in moments like this one, the most useful available response. 6 hours. That was the projected interval between nullification notification and CCRA downgrade trigger, based on the agency's automated assessment cycle and the specific inputs the nullification would introduce into its credit model. She had modeled the cascade 11 times in the previous 3 weeks. The model had not changed materially across 11 iterations. CCRA downgrade, 4 notches. MAC clause trigger, 2 notches. 4 cross the trigger by 2. Every sovereign bond instrument carrying a MAC clause with a 2-notch trigger would activate simultaneously upon the CCRA's downgrade publication. 4.2 trillion compact standard credits and outstanding bonds. Bondholders had the legal right to demand immediate repayment. Some had been monitoring the situation and had acceleration demand documents prepared. The interval between trigger and first demand would be measured in hours. The Imperial Keth had already declined 23% against the compact standard credit since the fleet-wide review began. The nullification would produce a second decline. 3 colony worlds in the Keith system's outer ring had already experienced supply disruptions as interstellar carriers declined to enter Vel'Khari space without active liability coverage. Coverage that required their insurers to accept the risk of operating in proximity to an uninsured fleet whose citation history was now extensively documented and publicly available. The carriers had not made a political decision. They had made an actuarial one. The cascade was not a punishment. It was not directed. No single entity was orchestrating the sequence of events that had begun when a Terran inspector stepped off a shuttle in Bay 7 Gamma with a measuring beam and a dosimeter. The IIC had processed data and produced a classification. The CCRA would process data and produce a downgrade. The bondholders would process a downgrade notification and exercise a contractual right. The currency markets would process the bond acceleration and adjust pricing. The carriers would process the risk environment and decline specific routes. Each step was a rational response by an autonomous entity to information it had received. The information was correct. The responses were correct. The destination was a consequence of the data rather than of any particular will, which was either more or less terrible depending on whether you were the kind of person who found malice less frightening than mechanism. The Empire was not being invaded. It was being delisted. The distinction mattered because an invasion could be resisted and a delisting could only be remediated. "How long do we have?" she asked her Treasury aide, who had been at the secondary terminal running the same cascade model through a parallel calculation since the notification arrived. "Before the MAC clauses trigger." "They already have," the aide said. "Before the bondholders demand payment." "Some already have." "Before the currency collapse becomes irreversible." 48 hours, perhaps 72. The aide said this with the quality of someone who had verified the numbers before speaking, because this was the kind of information that required verification. Sathine had known the timeline would be approximately this when she sent her emergency directive to the Admiralty 6 weeks ago. They had responded with 17 lines and the word appropriate 4 times. She had that response saved. She had the directive saved. She had every transmission log in the file going back to the first IIC notification. The file was comprehensive because 40 years in this office had taught her that the most important document in any disputed outcome was the one that showed the correct analysis had been provided before the incorrect decision was made. She did not know yet what use the file would be in the specific situation she was currently in, which was the situation of a civilization in the early stages of an economic collapse that had been predictable and predicted. But she kept the file because keeping it was correct, and correct behavior produced correct records, and correct records were the only durable thing in a world where everything else was subject to revision. "Get me the humans," she said. The aide placed the call to the TBIHC field office on Vel'Khari station at 1451. Okafor received it, listened to the Treasury's request, and said he would consult with Senior Inspector Voss regarding authorization for direct negotiations. He would have an answer within 4 hours. He sat for a moment after the call ended, in the burgundy-carpeted field office with the 3 rooms and 8 desks and the communications array that had been running continuously since day 35. He had been in government long enough to recognize the sound of an institution asking for terms, and what he had just heard was an institution asking for terms. The Treasury aide had been professional and measured and had used the phrase structured remediation framework rather than anything that acknowledged the position the Empire was actually in, which was the correct professional register for a preliminary contact call, and which meant that Sathine had briefed her aide on what to say and how to say it, which meant Sathine was managing the situation with whatever composure remained available to her, which was probably more than most people would have managed in her position. He composed the summary for Voss. He included the Treasury's phrasing, the timing of the call relative to the nullification notification, and his own assessment of the contact's significance. He kept the assessment brief because Voss did not require extensive context. She had more context than anyone, and because she would make the decision in the time it took her to read the summary, which would not be long. He contacted Voss on the Axiom. She was in the aft engineering section, measuring a secondary access corridor. The corridor measured 2.8 meters against a code minimum of 3.2 for a service corridor in continuous use. She was logging citation HSHC TF0074 when the subspace request came through. She read Okafor's summary. She set the tablet on the corridor floor. The ship hummed around her in its normal register. Reactor 43 decks below. Atmospheric processors cycling, the structural sound of a vessel that was now carrying 73 active citations and had been carrying them for weeks without any of it affecting the basic mechanical fact of its continued operation. The Axiom functioned. It was non-compliant and functional, which was a combination the code had been designed to address systematically rather than dramatically, and which was being addressed, 1 citation at a time, at the pace that measurements permitted. She thought for 8 seconds. The 8 seconds were not deliberation. She had known what the framework's terms would be since before she boarded the Axiom, because the framework had been drafted in Geneva before she boarded the Axiom, and its terms had not changed. The 8 seconds were the interval between receiving information and acting on it, which was the interval she always observed because acting without that interval was how you made errors. And she did not make errors. She told Okafor to confirm the Treasury's meeting request and indicate that TBIHC was available to discuss a structured remediation framework. She told him to transmit the remediation framework template to the Treasury as preliminary reference material. The template was a document TBIHC Geneva had prepared 11 months ago, before she boarded the Axiom, before the first citation was issued, before any of this had a name beyond a plan that had been built in a beige carpeted office in Geneva by people who understood that if the system worked, this call would eventually come. The terms it contained were not negotiable as a starting position. They were what they were, and they were in the document, and the Treasury would have 4 hours to read them before the meeting was confirmed. She picked up the tablet. She picked up the measuring beam. Citation HSHC TF0074. Logged, transmitted, irrevocable. The corridor was 2.8 meters. The code required 3.2. The deficiency was 0.4 meters, and it was documented, and documenting it was the thing she did. She had 4 more corridors in the aft section before end of shift, and 4 more after that tomorrow, and the citation count would reach 80 before the aft section was complete. She went back to work. Chapter 14, The Quarantine. The recall order reached Commander Vel'Khari at Keth Outpost 7 at 0300 local station time, which was the middle of the watch cycle and the hour at which orders that no one wanted to deliver tended to arrive. Vel'Khari had been a border officer for 60 years. He had held the Dreth frontier since before the current generation of Dreth commanders had been assigned to their posts on the other side. He knew the sensor signatures of every Dreth patrol vessel that ran the opposing line. He knew the patrol cycles, the shift rotations, the particular way a Dreth border monitor adjusted its trajectory when it was conducting a passive scan versus an active one. He had accumulated this knowledge the way border officers accumulated it, through 60 years of not leaving. The order was from the Imperial Admiralty, relayed through the 3rd Fleet command chain with a priority flag that indicated it was not a recommendation. All Vel'Khari military vessels operating outside the Keth home system were to return immediately. Compact Commercial Navigation Code, Title 22, Section 3.1, prohibited uninsured vessels from transiting compact space lanes. The IIC's nullification of the fleet policy was now a matter of public compact record. Any Vel'Khari warship remaining in foreign space lanes was subject to legal impoundment by Compact Transit Authority vessels, which were not Vel'Khari vessels, and which would, if the situation escalated, create a diplomatic incident that the Empire was in no position to manage. Vel'Khari read the order twice. He read the policy nullification reference. He read the legal impoundment provision. He had commanded 14 patrol vessels on this frontier. Those vessels had been the reason the Dreth had not tested the border in 22 years. Not because the Dreth were timid, they were not, but because the calculation of what it would cost them had always returned a number they were not willing to pay. The vessels changed that calculation. Their absence would change it back. 60 years I've held this line, he said to his watch officer, and I'm retreating because of an insurance policy. The watch officer did not have a response to this. There was not a response available that was both honest and useful, which was the category of situations in which watch officers learn to remain quiet. Vel'Khari transmitted the return order to his 14 vessels. He waited for acknowledgments. He received 13 within 6 minutes and 1 4 minutes after that, from a destroyer whose communications officer had apparently been asleep and needed time to find the right terminal. He logged the acknowledgement times because he logged everything, because 60 years on a border had produced a commander who understood that the record was the only thing that persisted after the events it recorded were over. The withdrawal took 9 hours, 14 vessels from 14 positions along the frontier, orienting toward the Keth system and moving. The Dreth border monitoring network detected the departure signatures within 2 hours of the first vessel moving. Their response was not aggressive. It was deliberate. Dreth patrol vessels advanced into the space the Vel'Khari patrols had vacated, moving at the steady pace of entities that understood the difference between aggression and occupancy, and had made a considered choice to occupy rather than attack. They did not fire. They did not broadcast. They did not demand negotiation or assert territorial claim through any of the formal mechanisms that the Compact's diplomatic framework provided for such assertions. They simply moved into the vacuum that the withdrawal had created and were present in it, which was all that was required to establish that they were present, and which was more durable than any of the formal mechanisms because presence was a physical fact, and formal mechanisms were documents that could be contested. By the time Vel'Khan's last vessel cleared the frontier zone, the Dreth held 14,000 kilometers of space that had been Vel'Khari patrolled space 4 hours earlier. The border had shifted. It had shifted without a shot, without a declaration, without a negotiation. It had shifted because 14 ships had left, and other ships had moved into the space they left, and space did not assign ownership based on historical claim or legal instrument. Space was occupied by whoever was in it. The Vel'Khari had been in it. Then they were not. The Dreth were. The border was where it was. Vel'Khan did not watch the Dreth advance on his sensors. He had logged the departure times, transmitted his compliance confirmation to Fleet Command, and gone off watch. He was a border officer. His border was gone. The professional calculus for what came next required more information than he currently had, and in the absence of sufficient information, the correct action was to sleep and reassess in the morning. He had held the line for 60 years. The line had been moved by an insurance policy. He did not know what category of professional response was appropriate for that specific situation, and he suspected that no category existed yet because the situation was new. The pattern repeated across 40 systems over the following week. In sequence: garrisons recalled, patrol routes abandoned, installations powered down and transit queued for the Keth home system. Garrisons recalled, patrol routes abandoned, installations that had maintained the Vel'Khari military presence in disputed territories for decades powered down their external systems and began the logistics of return transit. In each case, the sequence was the same: withdrawal, vacuum, occupancy. In no case did the occupying species fire. There was no need. The spaces had been vacated, and the occupying species understood that the correct response to a vacated space was to stand in it, which they did, in the quiet and methodical way of entities that had been waiting for the calculation to change and had simply been ready when it did. The Keth home system had not been designed to hold 2,300 warships simultaneously. Its logistics infrastructure, the fuel depots, the provisioning stations, the maintenance facilities, the orbital installations that supported the fleet's operational needs, had been distributed across 40 systems because the fleet had been distributed across 40 systems. The distribution was not inefficiency, it was architecture. The fleet functioned as a distributed organism, each component drawing from the supply infrastructure nearest to it. None of the system's capacity nodes asked to serve more than the demand local to them. Concentrating the full fleet in one system concentrated the demand in one system as well, and the system's supply capacity did not scale to meet demand that it had never been designed to meet. Within the first week, the 3 largest fuel depots in the Keth system were running at 230% of their intended throughput and had begun implementing priority queuing that favored capital ships over destroyers and destroyers over fleet tenders, which meant the fleet tenders were getting fuel last and in reduced allocations that their commanding officers were noting in their operational logs with an increasingly pointed register. Within the second week, the provisioning queues had produced rationing protocols on non-essential systems aboard 200 vessels in the lower priority berthing positions. Atmospheric heating reduced by 4 degrees. Ambient lighting in non-duty compartments dimmed to 30%. Recreational systems offline. By the 14th day, 3 older vessels, 2 Vel-class destroyers, and a decommission-eligible fleet tender that had been operating on maintenance extensions for 6 years, had been taken fully offline and were being stripped for components that other vessels needed to continue functioning. The fleet was cannibalizing itself. Not catastrophically, not yet, but with the steady and incremental quality of a system consuming its own reserves, because the external supply had been interrupted and the internal supply was finite. The crew of the stripped vessels had been distributed across other ships as personnel augmentation. The hulls sat in parking orbit, dark, tagged in the system as component sources rather than operational assets. A fleet that had projected power across 40 systems was dismantling 3 of its own ships to keep the rest running in 1. It was the financial cascade made physical. What the IIC's classification had done to the Empire's credit, the quarantine was doing to its operational capacity. The mechanism was the same in both cases. Data entered a system designed to process it. The system processed it correctly. The output was an empire consuming its reserves, with the reserves declining at a rate that was measurable and projected forward and not sustainable. On day 14 of the quarantine, a human commercial freighter transited the Keith system on its scheduled trade route. The vessel was called the Meridian Star, registered under Terran flag, 198 meters bow to stern, certificate of habitability compliance number CHC 4471 current, IIC policy in good standing, Zeta 1 classification, the lowest risk tier. The classification given to vessels with no active citations and a clean inspection history. It had been running the Keith system corridor as part of its standard route for 3 years, because the Keith system sat on an efficient path between 2 larger trade hubs, and the route had been profitable and unremarkable, and the Meridian Star's captain had no reason to deviate from a route that worked. The nullification of the Vel'Khari fleet policy had not changed the route's geometry or its profitability, or the Meridian Star's legal status within it. The vessel was insured and compliant, and therefore authorized to transit compact space lanes, and the Keth system was a compact space lane, and so it transited. It had transited 41 times in 3 years. It was transiting again. It passed within 50 kilometers of the axiom of Dominion. Kethvoran was at his tactical display in supply compartment 4 Gamma 7 when the transit alert came through. The axiom's sensors flagged the incoming vessel as a matter of routine. The system was designed to flag all unannounced traffic within 100 kilometers of the flagship, regardless of classification. The flag noted the vessel's registry, its dimensions, its insurance status, its CHC number. 198 meters, Zeta 1, compliant, authorized. He watched it on the display. The Meridian Star appeared at the edge of the sensor range and moved across the plot at the steady velocity of a vessel on a scheduled route that had no reason to deviate. It did not alter course. It did not hail. It did not slow. It passed through the Keth system with the unremarkable confidence of a vessel that had documentation current and was exercising its legal right to be where it was. At the point of closest approach, 50 kilometers from the axiom's hull, it was a signal return on the display. 198 meters, steady velocity, no active weapons, no shield signature, a freighter. Moving through the home system of the most powerful military fleet in the compact, as though the fleet were a feature of the system, rather than the defining fact of it. The axiom was 16.4 kilometers long. The Meridian Star was 198 meters. The axiom could not legally move. The Meridian Star could legally be anywhere the lanes permitted. The aide asked, "Admiral, your orders?" Kethvoran watched the signal return complete its transit across the plot. It reached the far edge of the sensor range. The system logged its departure. The Keth system's traffic record acquired 1 new entry. Meridian Star, Terran registry, transit duration 41 minutes, no incidents. He said, "Contact Treasurer Sathine. Tell her to accept the human negotiation offer, all terms, whatever they want." His aide said, "Admiral, the Admiralty hasn't authorized. The Admiralty is not sitting in a closet watching cargo ships fly past their flagship," Kethvoran said. "I am. Make the call." The aide made the call. On deck 34, Drethka was at the viewport that looked outward from the axiom's port engineering section toward the space the Keith system held around them. The other vessels of the 3rd Combined Fleet in their holding positions, the fuel depots running past capacity, the provisioning queues stretching out in the traffic management system's display. The Meridian Star had already cleared the sensor range by the time he reached the viewport. He had not seen it pass. He had heard the transit alert and known what it meant without needing to watch. He had been thinking about the 3rd simulation for 14 days. Not continuously. He had work to manage. The partial remediation work on the 5 priority citations had continued through the quarantine, because there was nothing else to do, and because not doing it was actively worse than doing it. But the simulation returned to him at intervals, the way a structural calculation returns to an engineer who has not finished accounting for a load. The 3rd simulation was a load he had not finished accounting for. He had run it, confirmed it, and presented it to the Admiral in the form of a conclusion, the renovation conclusion. And the Admiral had used it, and Sevkoth had received it, and the chain of consequence from that conclusion was still unfolding. But the simulation itself, the specific question it had answered, stayed with him. A human crew, in environmental suits, boarding a fully remediated Vel'Khari vessel. Could they operate it? Yes. The environment would be survivable. The systems would be accessible. They would not be fighting the ship. They would simply be in it, in a space that had been made compliant by the remediations, and the compliance meant that the space was survivable for human biology, and survivable meant operable, and operable meant that the ship was no longer exclusively a Vel'Khari ship in any physical sense. It was a ship. The crew that it was designed for could operate it. But so could someone else, with modifications, in an environment that every citation and every remediation had been incrementally making more suited to them. He had built the Axiom. He had spent 30 years building ships for the Vel'Khari Empire, and the Axiom was the finest of them. And he had stood in the Reactor gallery and been proud of it. And the Reactor gallery was now behind a DNO order, and its shielding was scheduled for 2,400 metric tons of additions that would shift the center of gravity and require 6 weeks of inertial recalibration. He had widened Deck 4. He was installing 84,000 light fixtures in a visual spectrum he could not see. He was fitting Halunx 7 throughout a ship whose crew would be temporarily incapacitated by it in a discharge event. The fleet held its positions. The fuel numbers declined. 41 minutes after it appeared on the sensors, the Meridian star completed its transit and moved beyond the Keith system's range. The traffic log logged it. The Axiom remained where it was, a 198-meter freighter and a 16.4-kilometer dreadnought. The same system, the same afternoon, and only one of them could leave. Chapter 15, Pending Re-Inspection. The negotiation convened in a neutral conference facility on Vel'Khari Station, a suite maintained by the Compact's administrative secretariat for exactly this category of meeting, which was the category of meeting where the parties involved could not be asked to conduct proceedings on each other's territory without the venue itself becoming a tactical statement. The room was institutional in the way of spaces designed to be used by many different species without favoring any of them. Adjustable atmospheric partitions, configurable furniture scaled to a range of biological forms, lighting on a spectrum broad enough to serve most visual systems at least partially. It had the quality of an airport departure lounge that had decided to take itself seriously. It was not comfortable for anyone. That was, in the specific context of this meeting, appropriate. Voss sat on the human side of the table with Okafor and a 4-person TBIHC legal and technical advisory team. The team had been briefed. They had read the framework template. They knew which terms were fixed and which had standard ranges and which had no range at all. Sathine sat on the Vel'Khari side with Solvan, Drethka, and a financial delegation of 3 that Sathine had selected personally. Treasury officers who had worked with her for more than a decade, who understood the difference between a negotiation that had room to move and one that did not, and who were present to document and advise rather than to argue. Sathine had not brought anyone whose function was to argue. She had accepted the meeting understanding what the framework template said, and the framework template was not a document that rewarded arguing. Okafor opened the proceedings. He read the formal designation of the meeting as a TBIHC remediation framework consultation under Section 14.9.5 sub-F of the Compact Administrative Code, which was the provision that allowed the issuing inspector to negotiate supervised remediation timelines with the respondent entity. He noted the presence of the Compact Administrative Tribunal observer, Keelthani, the same Ulvari arbiter who had attended the administrative status review on day 31, whose subsonic presence settled into the room's lower registers as it always did. He noted that the proceedings were being recorded as part of the official TBIHC case file. Then he indicated that Senior Inspector Voss would present the proposed comprehensive remediation and compliance framework. The document was 2,000 pages. Voss presented the summary, which was 22 pages, which she covered in 40 minutes. The terms were organized in 6 sections, and she read them in order. Full remediation of all cited violations across the entire Vel'Khari fleet, to be completed within 36 months from the date of framework execution. Remediation supervised by TBIHC certified engineering teams, human engineers embedded on every Vel'Khari shipyard and vessel undergoing retrofit, with authority to verify compliance and reject substandard work before it was covered or sealed. This was not optional. The supervision provision existed because the IIC's reinstatement process required TBIHC compliance verification, and TBIHC compliance verification required TBIHC personnel to be present for the work rather than presented with completed work to assess afterward. Drethka made a note on his tablet when this provision was read. His ridges were dim. Funding. The Vel'Khari Empire would issue 300 billion compact standard credits in compliance remediation bonds, sovereign debt instruments to be purchased by a consortium of compact member financial institutions organized through Rithani intermediaries. Interest rate, 11.4% per annum. Annual debt service at this rate, approximately 34 billion compact standard credits, or roughly 2.8% of the Empire's annual gross domestic product, consumed entirely in interest payments with minimal principal reduction in the early years of the instrument. Sathine waited until Voss had completed the funding section before speaking. 11.4%, she said. You know what our credit rating is. You know we can't negotiate. This is not a remediation offer. It's a leveraged buyout. Treasurer, the rate reflects the risk, Voss said. If you'd like to improve the rate, you're welcome to improve your compliance status. We've provided a very detailed guide on how to do that. She said this without inflection. She was not being unkind. She was stating a fact about the relationship between credit risk and interest rates that was not invented by TBIHC and was not subject to modification by TBIHC. The rate was what the Rithani consortium had modeled as appropriate to the Empire's current credit profile. The credit profile was what it was because the compliance status was what it was. The guide for improving the compliance status was the remediation guidance package that had been transmitted on day 32 and was now, in its expanded form, the document Sathine was currently receiving. The logic was a closed loop, and the loop had a single entrance point: compliance. Sathine made a note. She did not argue further on the rate because she had read the framework template and she had understood when she read it that the rate section was not a section that had been constructed to accommodate counter-proposals. Voss continued. Ongoing compliance. After remediation, the Vel'Khari fleet would be subject to annual HSHC re-inspections in perpetuity, conducted by TBIHC personnel, with any vessel failing re-inspection subject to the standard citation escalation insurance cascade. The cascade did not require new authorization to initiate. It would initiate automatically, as it had initiated on the Axiom of Dominion 14 months ago, because it was designed to initiate automatically, and that design was not subject to modification by the framework. The framework set the remediation terms. The code governed what happened afterward. These were different documents, and the code was the senior one. Permanent liaison offices. TBIHC would maintain a permanent technical assistance presence at each major Vel'Khari shipyard. 14 facilities currently identified as primary remediation sites, staffed by human engineers with ongoing access to all construction and maintenance operations for purposes of compliance verification. The phrase technical assistance was the phrase the framework used. Drethka, who had been a Vel'Khari naval architect for 40 years and understood the difference between technical assistance and embedded oversight, did not comment on the phrase. He made a note on his tablet. His ridges were dim and steady. IIC reinstatement. Conditional on TBIHC compliance verification, vessel by vessel, as each ship completed its remediation program and passed re-inspection. No blanket reinstatement. Each ship earned its policy back individually by passing inspection, by having its citations cleared, by receiving a compliance verification signed by a TBIHC inspector and transmitted to the IIC's active file. The IIC would then process the verification and reinstate coverage for that vessel at whatever risk classification the compliance status warranted, which, if the remediation had been executed to code, would be Zeta 1. The document was 2,000 pages. The summary was 22 pages. Voss had covered all 22 in 40 minutes. She set the summary down and looked at Sathine. Sullivan asked about the timeline for the liaison office provision. specifically whether the permanent designation was subject to periodic review or whether it was genuinely open-ended. Okafor said genuinely open-ended, subject to a standard TBIHC operational review cycle of 10 years, which was the same review cycle applied to all TBIHC field offices. Solvan made a note. His expression was the expression of a lawyer who had processed the implications of a provision and was filing them in the folder, where he kept information that was accurate and not useful to contest. Drethka had not spoken. He was looking at the supervision provision in his copy of the framework summary. Human engineers, embedded in every Vel'Khari shipyard undergoing retrofit. Authority to verify compliance and reject substandard work. He was looking at it the way an engineer looks at a specification that will govern his work from the outside. A constraint imposed by a body whose authority over the work derived not from technical expertise, but from regulatory standing. He had never built a ship under those conditions. In 40 years of designing and constructing Vel'Khari naval architecture, every external constraint on his work had been a structural or operational requirement. This was a different kind of constraint. He processed it at a pace that the meeting's timeline did not accommodate and that his professional conscience required regardless. Sathine signed the framework at 14:09. There was no ceremony. She used the standard compact administrative stylus on the standard digital signature field. The document recorded the timestamp, the signatory's credentials, and the compact administrative tribunal observer's witnessing acknowledgement. Keelthani's subsonic presence registered as a brief deepening of the room's lower atmospheric frequencies, which was how the Ulvari witnessed things and which was binding. Okafor countersigned for TBIHC. Voss countersigned as the issuing inspector. The framework was executed. Sathine set the stylus down. She looked at the document for a moment that had no particular quality except that it existed. A career financial officer who had financed 7 wars and restructured 3 economic crises and had never signed anything that felt exactly like this, which was a document that was legally a remediation framework and functionally a surrender instrument that had been written to be indistinguishable from a remediation framework, and that she had signed because the alternative was a collapse so complete that there would not be a treasury to hold this office when it was over. She had made the correct decision. The correct decision had felt like this. She organized her materials with the precision she brought to every professional action and indicated to her delegation that the meeting was concluded. The Axiom of Dominion was in dry dock by the end of the week. Scaffolding covered the hull from the bow section to the aft reactor housing in a pattern that transformed the ship's profile from a weapon into a construction project. Human engineering shuttles, small, unarmed, marked with TBIHC Inspection Authority designations, moved around the scaffolding in the organized traffic of a job site that had been planned and was being executed. There were 43 human engineers on the Axiom's remediation team, drawn from the firms named in the remediation guidance package, each one working a specific section of the citation list under the supervision schedule that Drethka had approved and that he reviewed each morning before beginning his own work. The bridge DNO had been conditionally lifted to allow remediation work. Voss had authorized the conditional lift under Section 14.9.6 sub C, which permitted limited access to condemned areas during supervised remediation activities, and she had specified the conditions. TBIHC engineering supervision present at all times. No operational use of the bridge systems. All remediation work documented and submitted for pre-verification review before areas were recovered. The conditions were being met. Human engineering teams were in the bridge when Kethivoran came to review the work. He had not been on the bridge since the DNO, 43 days. He had been commanding the 3rd Combined Fleet, which was a different kind of command than it had been before Day 31, a command that consisted largely of managing the quarantine logistics and the remediation schedules and the crew reassignments from the 3 stripped vessels, and the conversations with the Imperial Admiralty that had, in the weeks since his unauthorized call to Sathine, progressed from hostile to resigned to something that occupied the space between institutional recalibration and institutional grief. He had been doing this from the supply compartment because the supply compartment was compliant and the bridge was not yet, and he had not wanted to stand in the bridge and watch it be worked on. He wanted to now. He did not examine why. He simply came, The bridge smelled of construction. Fabricated composite for the new door frame sections, adhesive for the emergency lighting fixtures being mounted along the egress route above the entrance corridor, the particular chemical undertone of Halon X7 suppression lines being pressure tested in the ceiling installation above the primary tactical station. Human engineers moved through the space in safety vests and TBIHC hard hats, each one tagged with a personnel badge and a work assignment that matched the section of the citation list they were currently executing. One of them was mounting a maximum occupancy placard on the frame of the 40-meter viewport. The placard was a laminated card. It read, "Maximum occupancy, 240. Fire exits, 4, marked. Fire suppression, Halon X. 7, auto. Last inspection, pending." A human engineer carrying a fire extinguisher passed the Admiral on her way to the secondary egress door frame. She nodded at him. Professional acknowledgement of a presence in a work area. Then she continued to the door frame and set the extinguisher in its new mounting bracket and checked the installation against the specification on her tablet. Voss was at the primary viewport with her measuring beam, verifying the new doorframe dimensions on the bridge's main entry. The frame had been widened from 3.8 meters to 5.4 meters, 2 centimeters above the code minimum for a command center with 240 duty stations, which was the margin she required on reinspection. She logged the measurement. She noted the citation status, HSHC TF 00003. 8. Egress non-compliance, command bridge, previously DNO, remediation in progress, preliminary measurement compliant pending final verification. She became aware of Keth Varan at the same moment she completed the log entry. She had known he was likely to come. The bridge was his bridge. Whatever else was true, it was the space he had commanded from for 30 years before the DNO, and the space that the DNO had taken from him. And it was reasonable that he would come when the work was far enough advanced to allow access. She placed the re-inspection schedule on the console nearest the command chair. 90 days from framework execution. She did not hand it to him. She placed it where he could see it and could pick it up if he chose to. He looked at the schedule. He looked at the bridge, the widened doorframe, the lighting fixtures, the Halon X7 lines in the ceiling, the maximum occupancy placard on the viewport frame, and then he looked at Voss. Inspector. When this began, I asked my comptroller if we could kill you. Section 4.2. Sub-A, Voss said. I remember. I have destroyed worlds, Kethavorn said. I have broken empires. I have never been defeated, and you have defeated me with a measuring tape and a filing cabinet. I haven't defeated you, Admiral, Voss said. I've brought you into compliance. There's a difference. Is there? He said. She did not answer. The bridge crew was working around them, mounting fixtures and testing suppression lines and checking measurements against code specifications, and there were 3 more decks she needed to inspect before the end of the morning shift, and the answer to the question was either obvious or impossible depending on what you believed compliance was for, and she had spent 22 years believing it was for what the code said it was for and had found no reason to revise that belief in the Keth system. She picked up her measuring beam and her tablet and went to find the elevator to Deck 7. Chapter 16. The New Standard. 18 months after Audrey Voss stepped off Compliance 1 into Bay 7 Gamma with a measuring beam and a dosimeter, the Compact Council convened to consider Resolution 4412. The Vel'Khari remediation was 40% complete. 900 vessels had passed re-inspection and been reinstated to IIC coverage, each one earning its policy back individually, vessel by vessel, as the framework required. The remaining 1,400 were in various stages of retrofit, corridors being widened, shielding being added, lighting being installed, Halon X7 lines being pressure tested by human engineers in TBIHC safety vests, who had become a permanent feature of 14 Vel'Khari shipyards, in the way that a scaffolding crew becomes a permanent feature of a building that has a great deal of work left to do. The compliance remediation bonds were servicing at 34 billion Compact Standard credits per year. The Imperial Keth had stabilized at a new equilibrium that was lower than the old one, and would not recover to the old one because the old one had been priced on a credit profile that no longer existed. 3 colony worlds that had lost supply access during the nullification period had regained it as reinstated vessels resumed operations. The Empire was solvent, barely in the way that a patient is ambulatory, and functionally dependent on TBIHC's compliance certifications to maintain insurance, credit, and trade access. It would be dependent in exactly this way for the remainder of the 36-month remediation window, and then for the annual reinspection cycle that followed, and then for the annual reinspection cycle after that, in perpetuity, because perpetuity was what the framework said, and the framework was what Sathine had signed at 1409 in a neutral conference facility on Vel'Khari Station. But the Vel'Khari were no longer the story. They had been the demonstration. The story was what had happened to everyone else while the demonstration was running. In 18 months, TBIHC had processed 4,700 inspection requests from 189 species targeting 211 species. It had conducted 2,100 completed inspections. It had issued 89,000 citations. 14 fleet-wide insurance reviews had been triggered. 3 minor species had undergone the full citation escalation, nullification, restructuring cycle. Smaller empires, faster collapses, quieter surrenders, each one following the same sequence as the Vel'Khari case, because the sequence was not designed for any particular target. It was designed to process whatever data entered it. The data that entered it was whatever the inspection teams found. The inspection teams found what was there. The pattern was established. 127 species had active HSHC enforcement actions pending against them. 63 species had active enforcement actions they had themselves initiated against rivals. 14 species had experienced the full cascade: citation, escalation, insurance review, classification change, and had begun remediation frameworks of their own. Each one negotiated with TBIHC in the neutral conference facility on Vel'Khari that had now hosted 11 framework executions, each one a different species name on the signature line, each one the same fundamental document with the same fundamental terms, because the document had been written before any of them and had not changed. The inspection regime was no longer a bilateral instrument between humanity and the Vel'Khari. It was infrastructure, the species that controlled who got inspected, when, and to what standard controlled something more durable than a fleet, because fleets could be built and fleets could be destroyed, and the thing Voss had built in 6 months in a beige-carpeted office in Geneva was neither of those things. It was a standard. It ran itself. The Council convened to consider Resolution 4412, adoption of uniform habitability and safety standards for all compact registered vessels, installations, and habitable structures. The resolution would formalize what had already happened in practice, making the Terran-derived HSHC codes the permanent compact standard, not as portfolio-level regulation, but as a Council-endorsed legal baseline. Portfolio regulations could be reassigned if the portfolio changed hands. Council-endorsed standards required a 2/3 supermajority to repeal. The distinction was the difference between a rule that could be changed by one administrative decision and a rule that could not be changed in practical terms, because a 2/3 supermajority of 312 species on a question where 63 of them were actively using the current system against their rivals was not a vote that was going to happen. The Vel'Khari knew this. Theron had run the numbers. He had run them 3 times, looking for a path to 208 votes that did not exist, and had concluded that the correct professional response was to vote against, deliver a statement for the record, and document that the objection had been made. Chen Wei presented. He had been the human delegation's face since the admission vote, and he had the practiced steadiness of someone who had been presenting in this chamber for long enough that the scale of it had become ordinary. He did not gloat. He had never gloated. He presented data. Resolution 441. 2 is not about power, he said. It is about safety. Since TBIHC began enforcement, radiation incidents across the compact have dropped 74%. Fire casualties on crewed vessels have dropped 81%. Emergency egress fatalities, which no one was tracking before enforcement began, because no one had established a baseline, have dropped from an estimated 12,000 per year to 340. These codes save lives. The Council's endorsement ensures they will continue to do so. He said this with a straight face because it was true, and because the fact that it was also a structural power transfer of historic proportions did not make it any less true, and because the two things were not in tension with each other, and because 2 decades of diplomatic practice had produced in Chen Wei the ability to say the true thing and allow the other thing to exist in the same sentence without requiring him to acknowledge it out loud. He sat down. He did not invite questions, because the time for questions had been the past 18 months, and the past 18 months had been the most comprehensive demonstration of the answer that any question about HSHC enforcement could have received. The Vel'Khari voted against. Theran, reassigned to the Council delegation after the constitutional amendment vote, the same Theran who had made the best available argument twice and lost twice, delivered a brief statement before the vote was called. He did not make a third argument. He had concluded that arguments addressed to this council on this question had reached the limit of their utility. What he delivered was something different, an observation, spoken for the record, in the measured register of a diplomat who understood that the record was all that remained when the vote was done. "You have achieved through paperwork what no species has achieved through war," he said. "You have made the galaxy yours, and you have done it while smiling and talking about fire exits." Chen Wei said, "Legate, I assure you, we care deeply about fire exits." The vote, 267 in favor, 38 against, 7 abstentions. Resolution 4412 passed. The Terran-derived HSHC codes were adopted as the permanent compact standard. They were no longer Terran codes enforced under a portfolio authority. They were compact law, endorsed by Council resolution, embedded in the legal architecture of interstellar civilization, at a level that required 208 votes to undo, and that would not receive 208 votes to undo, because the species with 208 votes between them were the species who had filed inspection requests and had active enforcement actions and had begun building new vessels to the code's specifications because it was cheaper to build compliant than to be inspected into compliance later. The chamber's resonant gavel equivalent sounded. The session closed. It closed the way institutional decisions close when they are permanent, without drama, with the flat procedural tone of a body that had made many decisions and would make many more, and treated each one as a function of the process rather than an occasion. The permanence was in the ordinariness. That was what made it permanent. Okafor addressed the full TBIHC staff in the field office on Vel'Khari Station, 1,400 employees, not the 3-room diplomatic suite they had started in, with its burgundy carpets and 8 desks and single-tier communications array. That had lasted 4 months before the incoming request volume required a larger space, and the larger space had lasted 6 weeks before it also required expansion, and the current space was 4 floors of the station's administrative wing with proper desks and a functioning communications infrastructure, and a training division and an intake division, and a pre-construction review division that had processed 214 new vessel design submissions in the previous quarter. 1,400 people in a space that was still not quite large enough, which was how Okafor had decided he would know they were doing the right amount of work. The space was always slightly insufficient. He stood at the front of the all-hands meeting room without notes because he had known what he was going to say since day 1 in the Geneva office. In the room that smelled of dry erase marker and reheated coffee, when Voss had asked if they had rule-making authority and the answer had been yes. The Compact Bureau of Habitability and Safety Compliance requires a leader who understands that the most powerful force in the universe is not a weapon, he said. It's a standard that everyone must meet, that only one species wrote, and that can never be unwritten. The first Director General of the CBHSC is Senior Inspector Audrey Voss. The staff already knew. They had known for 3 weeks, since Okafor had begun the consultation process with the Compact's administrative secretariat, and the secretariat's communications had not been entirely confidential. The announcement landing was still a different thing from knowing it was coming. The moment when a thing that has been anticipated becomes a thing that has occurred, which is a different quality even when the content is identical. There was a beat of silence, and then there was the sound of 1,400 government employees registering a decision they agreed with. which is a sound that expresses itself in the particular professional register of people who do not make noise for its own sake, and who, in the present case, understood that the decision was correct, and that the correct response to a correct decision was professional acknowledgement rather than celebration. Because celebration was for occasions, and this was not an occasion. It was a function of the process. Voss was not present. She had received the formal appointment notification through standard channels at 0800 and had sent Okafor a forward response. Confirmed, commencing operations immediately. She was already in her new office reviewing the quarterly inspection report when the all-hands concluded. She had read the agenda for the all-hands and had concluded that her presence was not required for the meeting's purposes, which were to inform the staff of a decision that had already been made and that she would implement more efficiently by being in her office than by being in the meeting room. The office had a window, 12 meters of transparent aluminum overlooking the station's central concourse, where delegations from 312 species moved through the ambient noise of interstellar administration. She had noted the window when she first saw the office and had not commented on it, because commenting on it would have been commenting on the contrast with the windowless conference room in Geneva, and the contrast was self-evident, and self-evident things did not require comment. On the wall behind her desk, her original OSHA credentials from Gary, Indiana, still in the laminated sleeve they had been in when she started. Her TBIHC badge, the first one, with the date she received it printed in the corner. And framed, centered between the two, a printed copy of Citation HSHC TF0001. Deck 4 Main Concourse, frames 112 through 340. Egress width non-compliance. Remediation deadline, 30 standard days. The first citation she had ever issued in compact space. The one that had produced, through a sequence of automated consequence that she had designed and filed and stepped back from, everything that had followed. At the Compact's Ship Registration Bureau, 2 floors below the CBHSC's headquarters, a Rathani clerk named Vel processed a standard construction filing, a Dreth Confederacy light cruiser, hull number DC-4471. Attached to the filing, a certificate of habitability compliance, pre-construction review, signed by a CBHSC inspector and dated 6 weeks prior. Design specifications: primary corridor width, 6.8 meters. Reactor shielding, 11.7 centimeters Tritonite equivalent. Emergency lighting, 50 lux minimum visible spectrum. Fire suppression, Halon X7, all compliant with the standards adopted under Resolution 4412. Vel processed the filing. She stamped it approved. She moved to the next item in the queue. She did not find this remarkable. It was the third pre-construction CHC filing she had processed this week. The Dreth had submitted 4 in the past month. The Molvath had submitted 2. A Rathani commercial shipyard had submitted 7. Building to spec from the blueprint stage had become, in the past 3 months, an increasingly common choice among species with active construction programs, because the calculation was simple, and the data supporting it was extensive. The Ship Registration Bureau was not surprised by any of this. The Ship Registration Bureau processed filings. The filings were what they were. She moved to the next one. The galaxy was not being conquered. It was being standardized. The standard was human. The standardization was voluntary in the same way that gravity is voluntary. You could choose not to comply with it, but the consequences were consistent regardless of awareness. Voss reviewed the quarterly report. 22,400 vessels under CBHSC compliance monitoring. 94.2% compliance rate, up from 0.004% under the Vel'Khari. 1,247 active inspectors. Revenue: 8.4 billion compact standard credits annually. Self-funding with surplus remitted to the compact general treasury, which made the CBHSC politically untouchable in the specific way of institutions whose continued operation produces revenue for the bodies that would need to vote to defund them. She reviewed the report. She approved it. She filed it. She pulled the next item, a Rathani Trading Consortium complaint alleging Vel'Khari atmospheric containment violations under Section 14.9.16 sub B. She assigned an inspection team, noted the assignment in the case file, and moved to the next item. There were 14 more items in the queue. There were always more items in the queue. The work was the same work it had always been, and it would always be. The desk was different. The window was different. The title was different. The scale was different. The work was the same. Chapter 17. The Inspector General. The Director General's office on Vel'Khari Station had a window. This was not a trivial thing. Voss had spent 22 years in field offices and converted storage compartments and a windowless conference room in Geneva that faced a parking structure, and the window was the first thing she had noticed when the office was assigned to her, and the last thing she had ever mentioned to anyone, because it was not the kind of observation that served any professional purpose. But it was there. 12 meters of transparent aluminum overlooking the station's central concourse, where delegations from 312 species moved through the ambient traffic of interstellar administration every standard day, and where the light from the station's primary illumination array fell at an angle in the late afternoon that made the concourse look, briefly, like something other than a transit hub. On the wall behind her desk, her original OSHA credentials from the Gary, Indiana district office, framed, slightly faded, the paper behind the frame the color of 22 years of accumulating relevance. Her TBIHC laminated badge, the first one, the one with the original issue date, 6 months after Chen Wei accepted the portfolio in the chamber 400 meters from this office. Beside it, 5 more badges in sequence, each one representing a designation change or an authority expansion across 24 months of operations. And on the far wall, where the morning light hit it directly, a framed copy of Citation HSHC TF 0001. Egress Noncompliance, Deck 4 Main Concourse, Frames 1, 12 through 340, Axiom of Dominion, 30 standard days to remediate, issued on day 1. The first citation she had ever issued in the compact. It had a remediation verification stamp on it now. Compliant, verified, reinspection passed. She had put the stamp on it herself. She reviewed the quarterly report before her 9 o'clock briefing. She did this every morning when the quarterly report was available, which was the first morning of each standard quarter, because the quarterly report was the operational record, and the operational record was the document she trusted above all others. Not the Council's public statements about CBHSC's function, not the Admiralty's reports on remediation progress. The numbers, produced by the inspection process, verified by the inspector's signature, logged in the CBHSC system, and compiled into a report that said what was true about what was happening, without interpretation or political context. 22,400 vessels currently registered under CBHSC compliance monitoring. 94.2% compliance rate across all compact registered vessels, up from the 0.004% that the Vel'Khari had managed across 6 centuries of holding the portfolio without enforcing it. 1,247 inspectors active across compact space, on vessels and stations and orbital habitats and deep space installations belonging to species that ranged from the Vel'Khari, the first and largest enforcement action, still ongoing, to the 3 minor species that had undergone full nullification to restructuring cycles and were now servicing their own remediation bond instruments, to the dozens of species that had received standard citations and were remediating voluntarily at the standard pace without financial cascade. Annual revenue from inspection fees and compliance certification, 8.4 billion compact standard credits, self-funding with surplus to the Council Treasury. Vel'Khari fleet remediation, 78% complete, on schedule for the 36-month framework deadline. 1,800 vessels reinstated to IIC coverage at Zeta 1 classification. CRBs servicing at 34 billion per year. Human engineering personnel embedded in 14 Vel'Khari shipyards with active work proceeding on all 14. The numbers were the numbers. She noted 2 areas tracking slightly behind projection, both in the Vel'Khari destroyer class, where a materials supply chain issue had created a 6-week delay in shielding installation across 63 vessels, and flagged them for the remediation team's attention with a note requesting a revised timeline by end of week. Standard case management, the same kind of flag she had written on citation files in Gary, Indiana, when a remediation was running past deadline. The scale was different, the procedure was identical. Then she set the report aside and her deputy knocked. Rachel Tan had been with TBIHC since month 4 of operations. recruited from Singapore's Ministry of Manpower on the second wave of emergency hiring, and had become Voss's deputy because she had the specific combination of procedural precision and situational judgment that the role required. The ability to assess which of the 200 daily operational items required a Director General's attention and which did not, and to be right about that assessment consistently enough that the ones she brought forward were always worth the time. She was 38 years old and had supervised more HSHC inspections in 24 months than the Vel'Khari had conducted in 6 centuries. She carried 2 items this morning. First, a formal complaint filed by the Rithani Syndicate against Ulvari Orbital Habitat Cluster 774, alleging atmospheric containment non-compliance under Section 14.9.16 Sub B. The complaint had supporting documentation from 3 Rithani commercial vessels that had transited within 50 kilometers of the habitat cluster and logged elevated particulate readings that the Rithani's instruments assessed as potentially indicative of a containment failure in the outer ventilation array. The readings were not conclusive. They warranted an inspection. Section 14.9.16 Sub B covered atmospheric containment standards for orbital habitats with more than 5,000 permanent residents. Cluster 774 had 42,000. Standard intake. Voss assigned an inspector team. The team would file a preliminary assessment within 72 hours and a full citation report within 10 days. She returned the file and moved to the second item. Second, the Vel'Khari Outer Rim civilization had petitioned for compact membership. Their admission hearing was scheduled for next month. The council would need to assign them a portfolio. Rachel noted, for informational context, that military affairs was currently the only portfolio available for assignment to a probationary member. The Vel'Khari had held it for 800 years, but could no longer execute the portfolio's enforcement functions effectively, while 2/3 of their fleet was in active remediation, and their operational budget was substantially committed to debt service. The Council's Portfolio Review Committee had been discussing this transition for 3 months, without urgency, because there was no urgency. The transition was inevitable, and the timeline was procedural. Voss made a note. She thanked Rachel. She did not always do this. Efficiency was the standard, and thanking people for consistently meeting the standard introduced redundancy into a system calibrated for signal. She did it this morning because it was the right thing and because she had learned, in 24 months as Director General, that the institution was built from people as much as from procedures, and the people who built it well deserved to know it. Then she went to the admission chamber. She did not go as a delegate. She had no role in the proceedings and had not been assigned one. She went because she wanted to watch, which was not a professional reason, and was therefore the kind of reason she had spent 22 years in Gary, Indiana, not acting on during business hours. She went anyway. She had earned the afternoon. The chamber was the same chamber, 4 kilometers in diameter. 312 species, plus the Vel'Khari delegation, arriving for the first time in the gallery that Class 7 provisional members occupied. Tall, slender beings with a bioluminescence that ran in slow blue-white patterns, entirely different from the Vel'Khari's amber-orange range. Visibly nervous in the way of species attending their first council session and not yet knowing how to read the room. The human delegation was in its gallery. The Vel'Khari were in theirs. Sublegate Dren was present, the same Dren who had chuckled through 3 sets of vocal folds on the day Chen Wei accepted the HSHC portfolio. The same Dren who had said they gave the hairless mammals the janitor's closet. Fitting. He was not chuckling now. His ridges ran a flat, controlled amber that Voss had learned to read as the color of a being who understood something he wished he did not. The vote passed 301 to 11. The Vel'Khari were admitted as Class 7, non-voting, probationary, administrative track. The portfolio assignments followed. Military affairs was offered to the Vel'Khari as the council portfolio available for probationary assignment. The Vel'Khari ambassador, Ambassador Seal, tall and still and bioluminescent in the blue-white of a species that had not yet learned to suppress its physiological reactions to large institutional spaces, accepted it with a gracious bow that was the correct diplomatic register, and that communicated nothing about what the Vel'Khari did or did not understand about what they had just received. Seal passed the human delegation on the way out of the chamber floor. Chen Wei nodded. Seal nodded back. A courtesy exchange between delegations, the kind that happened at every council session when species moved through shared spaces, professionally neutral and therefore saying nothing in particular. In the gallery above the chamber floor, Voss watched the Vel'Khari delegation file out with their new portfolio. She was wearing her original lanyard, 6 laminated credential badges from the TBIHC years, plus the 7th, added when the redesignation took effect. Director General, CBHSC, Vel'Khari Station, 7 badges. She had not replaced the earlier ones because they were part of the record, and the record was the record. She watched Dren. He was watching the Vel'Khari. His ridges held flat amber, the same controlled amber he had worn in every council session she had attended since the first one, the same controlled amber Keth Voran had worn in the supply closet, the color that meant a Vel'Khari was processing something they had decided not to display. He understood what military affairs meant in the current institutional landscape. He had understood it since at least the council vote on day 42, when 247 species voted to keep the HSHC portfolio in human hands, and the shape of the future became visible in the vote tally. He had spent the 18 months since watching the shape confirm itself in every subsequent development. Military affairs could specify how a fleet had to operate. CBHSC determined whether the fleet could operate at all. The enforcement mechanism that mattered, the one connected to insurance, to credit, to the financial architecture that kept interstellar civilization functional, was the one that lived in the code and the citations and the automated notification system that fired without anyone's instruction when a Severity 2 designation was logged. Military affairs was the portfolio that sounded powerful. CBHSC was the portfolio that was. The Vel'Khari would learn this. They would learn it the same way the Vel'Khari had learned it, either by reading the fine print before anything happened, or by discovering the fine print in the context of something happening. Voss did not know which it would be. She did not have a position on which it should be. That was not her portfolio. Dren left the chamber without looking at the human delegation. His ridges cycled once, a color Voss did not have a reference entry for, and then went flat amber again as he passed through the Vel'Khari atmospheric transition. Chen Wei, collecting his materials at the human delegation's gallery, looked up at the observation level. He did not look directly at Voss. He could not have confirmed she was there from that angle. But he looked up briefly, in the way of someone who knows approximately where a thing is and acknowledges its general location without making the acknowledgement specific. Then he moved with his staff toward the corridor. Voss watched the chamber empty. The procedural staff cleared the session documentation from the floor terminals. The atmospheric maintenance system cycled through its post-session reset. The chamber returned to its baseline state, vast, empty, calibrated for 312 species, waiting for the next thing it would be asked to contain. Her tablet chimed in the elevator. New inspection request. Molvath Deep Space Refinery, designation MV Refinery 419, Atmospheric Containment Review, Section 14.9.16 Sub B, flagged by the Vel'Khari Consensus's Independent Monitoring Network as a potential containment anomaly in the outer hull ventilation array. The request had come through the standard intake channel, processed by the CBHSC intake system, assigned a case number, and routed to her tablet because the intake system flagged new requests from Molvath-registered installations for Director General awareness, given the pending remediation framework review that the Molvath's portfolio holders had scheduled for next quarter. Routine flag. Standard request. 2 inspectors, 72-hour preliminary, full report within 10 days. She assigned it with 2 taps. The elevator reached the CBHSC floor. The office was running its afternoon operations. Inspector assignment confirmations coming in from field teams across 6 star systems. Citation reports being logged and processed. The Ship Registration Bureau's daily CHC filing queue being worked through by the Compliance Review Division. 3 pending remediation verification requests from vessels that had completed their work and were ready for reinspection. The sounds of an institution doing its job. Not dramatic sounds. Data terminals, muted conversations, the soft percussion of administrative work proceeding at scale and pace. The same sounds the beige office in Geneva had made, in smaller volume, before any of this had a name. Voss sat down at her desk. The window was catching the late afternoon angle, the light falling across the concourse in the way it did this time of day, the 312 species going about their business below. On the wall behind her, the OSHA credentials, the TBIHC badge, the sequence of 6 badges, the frame citation with its remediation verification stamp. She opened the afternoon queue, 14 items. She worked through them in order, as she always did, beginning with the oldest and moving to the newest, because the oldest item had been waiting longest, and waiting was not an acceptable condition for a citation file. She flagged 2 for follow-up, closed 4, and assigned the remaining 8 to the inspection teams with the appropriate priority classifications. It took 31 minutes. Then she closed the queue and looked at the window for a moment that had no particular quality, except that it existed. A moment of the kind that does not have a professional purpose, and is therefore the kind of moment that a person who has spent 24 years having a professional purpose rarely allows themselves. She looked at the concourse below, where the traffic of 312 species moved through the routines of an interstellar civilization that was currently building its new ships to a corridor width of 6.8 meters, and a reactor shielding specification of 11.7 centimeters tritonite equivalent, because those were the numbers the code required, and the code was now the law. They gave humanity the portfolio nobody wanted. They didn't read the fine print. Now the fine print is the law. And the law is very, very specific about corridor width,